When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light. When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light.
Jag lever safe. Jag lever safe on wherever you go. When your heart is raised to raise it, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light. When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work that's over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, 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 Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to another day here at the Pinnacle Cup 5, making our way through the Swiss stage as usual, but we are coming to the tail end where every game means something. It's not like you've got too many more chances if you have any more chances before you are going to be eliminated, and that just highlights some of the matchups that we are going to be taking a look at today. I'm joined, of course, by the wonderful Ted. Ted, mate, how are you getting on this fine morning?
I'm getting even better now that you've called me a wonderful human being, by the way. I didn't expect that. Thank you very much. But yeah, I'm feeling quite energized. You know, I have my second cup of coffee for the day actually by my side, and I have a glass of water, and I'm ready for some good CS. Unfortunately, we're going to start it off with elimination games. I say unfortunately, it's unfortunate because we're going to have to say goodbye to another team. But again, those games are just a little bit more exciting than the rest of them because we know that those teams know that they have everything to lose, and it's pretty much do or die.
Yeah, it is. It is do or die for a lot of these teams. We're having a look at 9 Pandas taking on IKLA, the Ukrainian lineup first of all. That is in the 1 and 2 bracket. Then that is going to be followed up by Eternal Fire, who are taking on Orcs in the 2 and 1 bracket. So the winner of that one will be actually advancing to the playoffs. And then following it off, the last game of the day, but definitely not least, Sampi taking on QM or question mark, and that is in the 1-2 bracket, surprisingly, which is going to be a really intriguing game to see. You know, JDC, Nico, Sirison taking on the guys over at Sampi, who have been, to be honest, playing quite well in the tier 2 scene, and it's really surprising to see that both of those teams are down in the 1-2 bracket. So one of them has to go home, Ted. Definitely don't want to miss that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm actually flabbergasted by the fact that you forgot the main man, Bird from Sky, on that lineup. I mean, it's Bird from Sky, man. He's our favorite IGO in the tier 2 space.
I know. But I had to keep it quick.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I know.
I talk about him enough.
You had to go for the bigger
mean?
names first.
Yeah,
you had to go for the stars. But we're gonna focus on the stars in the first matchup of the day, as you pointed out, the elimination game. 9 Pandas taking on IKLA UA. Both those teams, I guess, for them, it isn't that big of a surprise that they didn't go flush 3-0, because usually when they play main Swiss stages, it gets kind of close. Most of the time, they're gonna get 2 wins if they get eliminated, or they're gonna go through, but they're gonna go through after losing a couple games as well. So for those guys, they're used to playing those matchups. They're used to being in that specific scenario. And I'm really looking forward to it. 2 teams that haven't been necessarily hitting the best form recently. If you want to look at the 9 Pandas, they've been losing actually quite a lot, but I feel like even though the results are not showing it, even though they're not able to post wins, and I think they've lost 4 out of their last 5 best of 3s, they've been playing better CS compared to, let's say, 3 months ago. You can see the potential. Seas has started popping off every now and then. Delaytis is playing on a really good level. Obviously, Klax and Glowin are there to be kind of like the support staff for Delaytis if he's having a quiet day, and for Idis Balance, who's on the AVP, but they've been posting some good numbers as well. Overall, I feel like this is a lineup with a lot of potential, but a lineup that needs to show up some results. And, you know, they were able to qualify for one playoff, for the playoffs of one tournament a couple of days ago, but they surely need more than that.
Definitely. And then if we go over to the other side of ICLA, it has changed massively since the last time I got to look at them. And of course, it is the regular two you're used to kind of seeing. Beria and then Saltovsky are in the lineup with now Kenzizor, Paul Bandana and Fance. And this is going to be really intriguing for me to have a look at these, because I haven't actually got to see them firsthand. If we remember ICLA from the past, they were always a team that could cause problems in the tier 2 tournaments, especially in Swiss stages of your Pinnacle Cups and your CCTs and stuff like that. So it's kind of surprising to see that they've only taken one win here, although they did go very, very close against OG, so that has me very excited. There was a 16-14 and a 16-12 on Ancient and Mirage respectively, so I'm really intrigued to see what these guys can bring to the table today. And to be honest, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for either of those teams. I think we're going to have a really competitive game.
Yeah, it should be a really competitive game. As you pointed out, both those teams are used to, well, not used to, but both those teams are notorious, and most CAS teams in their position have always been notorious. EC Kiev that you gave for an example, which, Beria and Soltovsky were a part of, and Kenzizor for a short while. They've always been teams that even when they lose, they're always going to get a map off of you, and most of the series that they play go to distance. But with that being said, we're going to get into the Veto really quickly. Obviously, Nuke and Vertigo probably going out as the first two maps, and now it becomes interesting because we could see some punishment picks being bring in by both teams, and we're going to see the Mirage and the Overpass. I feel like ICLA maybe had more options when it comes down to their map pick. Overpass was always going to come through, and if we get to a decider, it's going to be an Inferno. But focusing a little bit more on the first two maps, I feel like Mirage, I think Nine Pandas are gonna be actually all right with it. It's not one of their it's not their most awful map in the pool. It's a map that they actually play quite a lot. Well, they do play quite a lot in general. They played an abundance of maps in the last 3 months, but they played 16 Mirages. The win rate isn't as high as ICLA's. When it comes to Overpass, though, there is a big discrepancy between the two teams, right? ICLA have played 3 Overpasses. They've lost all 3 of them, and this is a map that Nine Pandas have played 20 times. Since May, and this is always gonna make us favor them on that second map, even if ICLA are starting on the CT side. So going into the Veto, I feel like if you're the Nine Pandas, you're looking at that Mirage and you're thinking that if you're able to be competitive enough and maybe steal it away, you could be in for a nice 2-0.
Yeah, it's a map that I'm looking at, to be honest, and a map pool rather. It's competitive to say the least. I think we are going to get like a really back and forth game. To be honest, I think ICLA are going to be very comfortable going into a Mirage against Nine Pandas. Doesn't matter, how much Nine Pandas have prepared for them. ICLA look quite strong on it. Then in terms of Overpass, Nine Pandas should be taking that one for sure. ICLA, they haven't proved really in the last while that they've got what it takes, but then again, it is ICLA and they love causing shocks and surprises, so maybe they can come back. I think ICLA possibly can do it in 2. I think Nine Pandas have to do it in all 3.
All right, I mean, I guess we're gonna find out on Mirage. I feel like the Overpass might be a little bit of a wild card, by the way, something that we didn't mention just a couple seconds ago. 2 of the 3 maps that ICLA have lost were 14-16s. And one of them was against the Prospects, the other one was against Arc Red, but they haven't played it in a while. So you're not really, if you're the Nine Pandas, you know that they expected the Overpass pick, right? So maybe there's been some preparations, and you know what they say, you learn the most out of your losses, not out of your victories. So I guess ICLA could be in for a potential surprise. Going into that Mirage, obviously we're gonna jump to it in just a couple seconds. Is there a certain individual on either side that you're looking forward to watching on Mirage and that you think could be the big difference maker?
Oh, it's difficult. It's difficult to kind of look at and kind of single out one, because from each lineup there are, you know, the possibilities from stars. You know, if I'm just thinking about Ikla, you know, or even, you know, before they were called Ikla, back when they were Esports Club Kiev, you know, Beria and Saltovsky, they were full of highlights. The two of the guys, they were so good. So I'm looking forward to see, you know, what they can bring, especially Saltovsky. You know, he was on Ikla for a while. He was taken off the op. So it'd be interesting to see actually if he's going to be back main opping in the team. And then for the side of Nine Pandas, I mean, you can pick any name out of a hat there. To be honest, you know, Clax, Clone, and Idis Balance are three that definitely come to mind. They've, you know, proved themselves time and time again, you know, whether it's in a CIS region or not, you know, if it's in advanced where they're playing in tier 2, tier 3, you know, these guys are the heavy hitters, and they're always going to be a tough day when you come up and play against them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing anything on Mirage, to be honest, but a few of those players we might see some highlights.
Yeah, we could. One player that I'm actually looking forward to watching again is a person that I was able to cast a couple of days ago because, you know, I had the pleasure of covering another Nine Pandas game, and it was actually Seas that popped off massively, and I don't think it was an Inferno. Obviously, we have an Inferno here, but it's going to be the third one if it gets to it. I was really pleasantly surprised by how well he played, and you know, I'm not saying that because I'm not saying that in terms of, you know, Seas does not hooks you, right? He's not a guy that's dropping 9 and 30 every single map, and I'm not saying that to discredit him in a way, but it's been a long time, and I guess even when you think about it, I've never thought about Seas and as a player that can be a star while an IGL, right? And he can do as much damage because he is the in-game leader of the team, but in that specific series that we watched a couple days ago, Seast was actually playing outstandingly well. He was running all over his opponents. That was, by the way, that was in the Eternal Fire game. They lost the best of 3, but Seast was absolutely crazy. And I dare to stand behind my words that if there was someone else on the team that was able to actually help him out, I think they would have at least won the first map, which was Inferno. Overpass was a bit out of reach, but on Inferno, they lost it 12-16. Seast was playing really, really well. Multi-kills left, right, and center. He was really reliable. Decision-making was on point. It wasn't even him being the flashiest player because we know that this is not his... it's not his groove, right? He's not the flashy guy that's going to be the X factor of the team. He's not a 17-year-old young talent that's playing deathmatch 10 hours per day. But he is a guy that knows how to position himself really nicely. And I feel like this could be one of the things that the Nine Pandas could rely on today. If C's displaying up to that standard and everyone else is performing, then it could be a long day in the office for Ikla UA. But we're going to find out. Moving into the pistol round, Mirage already started. Ikla starting on the T side. Nine Pandas on the defensive side of things.
For sure, for sure. You know, we've got an interesting op matchup between Idis Balance and Saltovsky as well. So, you know, there's so many, you know, back and forths that we could see, and we're about to see a back and forth now in the middle. Aiming from connector, glowing, taps 2 quick heads on the fadeaway. Dil Ledes, he's going to get in on the action, and well, I have very rarely seen a clean CT pistol, or rather an as clean CT pistol as that one. They do lose Idis Balance, but they won't care whatsoever. That was absolutely beautiful to witness.
Yeah,
for
great
the
execution.
first round in the morning.
Exactly, for both teams. Well, morning. It's 11 a.m. where you live, Jack.
That is technically the morning, Ted.
I hate to break it to you, but
I hate to break it to
the
you,
morning
but
ends at 10 a.m. Before 10 a.m., it's officially this is morning. Yeah. By the way, this is confirmed info.
Hold on.
You can Google it. That's morning. After that, the day has started. You can Google it all that you want. I'm telling you.
Because I know I'm exactly right, because, man, yeah, because it goes morning and then afternoon. So what time is noon, Ted? 12. So
yeah, but the day has started. But yeah, the day has started. It's not early morning.
Man.
You're reading a website that's been written, like this article's been written by some lazy people. That's all I'm gonna say. Ooh. Nice kill from the Glock. I mean, it's a full eco for Ikla UA. So, getting a kill or two could be, I guess, good enough. Try and do some early damage, especially after how clean the pistol round was. You want to inflict some damage onto the CT side here. Make them reinvest. If you're able to take one of the M4s down, that would be massive, but they shouldn't be. Glowin actually gets gooshed up, but still manages to find a triple kill. It's a pretty nice cleanup from him. Another multi-kill from Glowin after the double in the pistol. Finds another 3 here. It was a double for, or 1 kill for the MP9 to fight this balance before he went down as well. Doesn't have the money to go for an AVP unless it's a glass cannon. He actually does go for the glass cannon though. And that's interesting. I was just about to say surely he doesn't, but hey, he did.
Yeah,
glass cannon, molly flash.
This is an interesting decision to say the least.
I don't think they're gonna be ready for this, by the way. He got only 1 kill on the MP9. Surely they don't expect him to have money for this.
Yeah, a lot of players nowadays, you know, they do be tracking how, you know, how many kills the Opera has, and okay, well, it's probably very unlikely that he does have one, but surely there is a possibility that one could have been dropped over to him. Nevertheless, they'll find out soon enough. No point worrying about it now. It's out of your control. Just hope you smoke him off, because he could be absolutely anywhere. Mid control taken without any congestion, and instead 9 Pandas are going for information, pushing through the B apartments. They're going to realise that's clear very, very soon. So CTs need to get ready on the A bomb site. The lead is a C's door, just going to be ripped apart right now, and the defenses are massively split weaker on B than they are on A for now, especially with Clax hitting shots like that and the AWP locking down the line as well. That might force fans into glowing, and that's absolutely perfect. What a quick turnaround that was. A 3v5 into a 3v2 in a matter of moments.
Yeah, and the bomb is still stuck towards the A bomb side, right? There's only 25 seconds. Are they gonna try and go through jungle towards B? They know Glowing was towards the side, but he's already up in apartments. Even if they let him cross, and I think the Oper should be aware of the possibility, actually, never mind. S4's caught a phenomenal timing. Glowing's not gonna be ready for this, but do they find him? There's not enough time. They need to be really quick with this one. S4 needs to get the kill, and he does. 5 seconds. Diop's missed from behind. He has enough time to stick it. This is a disaster. It's a 2 versus 2 now. They've completely allowed them back into the round. Missed the golden chance to close it out without letting the T's get even remotely close to stealing this round away. And now Clax and I, this balance, will have to save it up.
This angle is horrible right now that S4 is holding. He's waiting for Clax to jump up. He's going to see the gun barrel, and that's a free kill. It's just a clever way to play right now. When you're on low HP, the op shot rings out. Let's not forget, Idis Balance does not have any armor, so he needs to get as far away from the bomb as possible. And even if he went in towards the bomb, he could go down. Doesn't want to cross and give Ikla a chance. But they will be scratching their heads, and they'll be pretty disappointed because they gave themselves all the chances in the world with single kills all across the map. It came down to 8 seconds. And a timing is what cost them a 3-0 start.
Yeah, I'd even say that in this scenario, obviously it's an unfortunate timing. Idis Balance is going to be feeling really, really sad about letting his teammate die like that, because he just turned the corner 1 second after the player crossed towards kitchen. But you know, things like that do happen in CS. At least the CDs have more money to go for the reinvestment. And look at the position from Deletis. He's went aggressive through the top mid smoke. He's dead surely. There's no way he goes out of there alive, but maybe if Glowin does enough, he will buy him some more time. Essentially, Deletis will fall down, but Glowin at least drops 1, so it's an equal 1-for-1 refrag, even though the mid part of the map once again is under the control of the T's. Idis Balance's AVP deciding not to challenge that much once again. Not known to be the most aggressive Hopper, even on the CT side. He's a lot more comfortable with just holding a line, holding an angle, trying to be a bit more passive, getting the sure thing, just locking down a big part of the bump or the map itself. As they start falling back, a B play is in store. They've left one player towards middle. That's going to be Beria trying to open up some space, but the setup from 9 Pandas is looking really solid. Glowin is just jump spotting, and Seast is still hiding towards the back of the balcony with the MP9.
Yeah, that smoke as well is absolutely perfect time. And just drop your util. When it starts getting down to the later seconds of the round, just put up the smokes. Wait for it. If they want to take the risk, they'll have to push through it. And right now, Seas is just ready and waiting. And Glowing can just do everything and more here by just hiding away. 13 seconds. They just need to basically drop the bomb once. Glowing tries to peek and he goes down. All of a sudden, they're in the bomb site and they have a bomb plant. That was fumbled massively by 9 Pandas there.
Oh, and Itis Balance doesn't even get out of there alive. Beer is gonna drop him. Klax is left all alone. That setup just didn't work out in the way that it was supposed to, though, right? I mean, Glowing goes for the peak. He wanted to make sure that they don't clear out C's there, which, you know, Glowing is the B player. So if he gets into a fight and gets a kill, that means that they 99% don't clear out C's. But in the moment that they see him go for the fight like that, and he's not even trying to play for a time, he just swung and went down. They're like, okay, that was a bit odd. Maybe there's gonna be another guy. They clear out C's, he doesn't find anything, and just like that, bomb site crumbles. You gotta feel like with that time left on the clock and with that setup towards B, they had to get more done.
I understand the setup that they were running for, right? And what you said makes sense, but at the same time, and it's a counterpoint, there's 13 seconds. And C's is just giving you the information that they're coming out of the apartments. 13 seconds. All you really need to do is hide and then peek out and drop the bomb. If they clear you, they clear you. You know what I mean? But you buy more time by staying alive. And that's 2 rounds now, really, that Ikla have found that, to be honest, 9 Pandas were in pole position to win when we were down into the, you know, later stages of the round. That's 2 extremely close calls already. So this 100% could have been a 9-4 start. Instead, we're 2-2. Ikla probably going 3-2 up because Klax is the only one with the rifle that he saved from the previous round, and the rest of the players are on USPs.
Yep, and the M4 is probably gonna go down. That's a good peek from Sotovsky. Gets the gun out of the hands of Klax. It is confirmed information that he's going to be the only M4, so now they should do anything in their power to make sure that the CTs don't pick up that M4. Glowin might be able to get his hands on it, and actually he does manage to recover it. And he's not in a bad position towards the ladder. Oh, but he's dropped over towards window. Yeah, he's made the wrong call. He's missed him completely. Everyone is going right behind him towards the B-bomb side. He's even went for the silent drop, doesn't realize it, but he's missed the entire T-side team. And with that being said, now he's heard the steps. Round should be confirmed. It's 3 on the T-side for Ikla. And unless Glowing goes absolutely huge, which he probably won't, he's gonna get mollied off, and Beer is holding for the swing. The round is over. Not even a rifle saved up. Oh, I say that. Seas actually finds himself an AK towards top middle, so this is, I guess, a small victory, a bit of a silver lining for the CT side. Gonna boost up the money going into the next round.
Looks like C's will hang on to the AK, so it's not, yeah, it is not bad news, but in the position that, you know, they were potentially in, this could have been a whole lot cleaner for 9 Pandas. Instead, they find themselves now on the back foot. Buyback imminent, but Itis Valence, whether he wanted to bring out a glass cannon or not, he won't be able to purchase it. So that will give Saltovsky maybe some free reign to run around the place. Interesting to see how 9 Pandas want to approach this round as well, because Ikla have been getting a lot of control out towards middle for free. It hasn't really been contested all that much. Fans maybe wanted to go quick towards the apartments, but that molly just denies him, and he burns in it as well, so that will give away a sound cue. Now, Glowing was probably the player that was closest to hear it.
Yeah, I think what Fancy was doing there, because they've been so mid heavy the first couple rounds towards mid, maybe they anticipated that the CTs would try and early push towards B. So that's why he goes for the swing to make sure that no one's trying to jump up on the balcony and push closer. He sees that there's no one and falls back. He didn't look like he had the intention to go closely and look for a kill early on. It was more of the just I want them to respect our presence towards B type of thing. And now he's starting to show some presence, but his teammates, once again, being really proactive towards the middle portion of the map.
Oh, that's a beautiful pick to find. And Vance doesn't really need to go here. He doesn't really need to do anything more than just find one. Glowing's found a perfect timing, though, to trade back. Smoke down. Birya spotted now in jungle. Klax is calling it out, saying to his teammate, I can see him, but I can't help you just yet. Glowing eventually goes down. And Saltovsky scopes in, maybe thinks about walking into that B side. He's got the bomb, Molly towards the back pillars. Just to try and pull a rotation, and it has done so. It's worked perfectly. Once again, when the clock is running low, Ikla, they're going to get themselves onto a bomb site and get a bomb plant. Surely, 9 Pandas, don't let this round slip away once again.
Oh, Nate's not on the planter. It actually does a fair amount of damage to Paul Bandana, but Saltovsky is still alive with the open. He's got CT under a lock and key. Paul Bandana can just hide and stay alive. They have no Molotov to flush him out. Just one smoke for the bomb, 2 flashes, and 2 players to find. And they have no idea where Paul Bandana is. They've spotted only Saltovsky. They haven't seen Paul this entire round. He could be pretty much everywhere. If Saltovsky gets the first kill, and he will get the first kill, the round should be over. Paul Bandana can just peek from the back of Ninja, execute Delayed, and that's going to be 4 on the T side. Ikla UA once again still a way around that they probably shouldn't be, courtesy of Saltovsky's heroics with the Glock and then with the AVP to get the following up kill on the A-bomb side.
If you're 9 Pandas right now, I'm taking a pause 100%, because what's happening is you're just being caught late. Like, Ikla are playing so slow right now, and 9 Pandas just haven't adapted whatsoever. Double flash towards under, backs turn, that's beautiful from fans. Through the first one to try and get them to turn, and if they turn back into the second one, they would have never seen it coming.
Yeah.
Quick way to find 2 kills, and now Ikla surely start their approach up to one of the bomb sites, and they will
Now
choose B this time around.
I mean, they double pushed under. There's not going to be 3 more people towards the back of the B-bomb side, so it is a good call. Even with this kill from Delayed, but it's CZ, long range. There's 3 people holding towards this position now. He's not getting out of there alive. There goes the kill from Kensizor. And Ikla UA looking at 5 rounds on the T side already. Starting strong. Nice shot from Klax. Maybe there's something to be recovered. And there will be something to be recovered. It's a single AK that the CTs are going to bring into the next round, which will probably get dropped over to Delayed, or Klax is going to stay and play with it. Seized has enough money to drop an AVP over to Idis Balance, which is something positive. It's been a long time since we've seen Idis Balance on the Yob. That was in actually the first buy round when he had the glass cannon. We haven't seen it since. And speaking of Ikla UA, by the way, this is something that I wanted to talk about. They are actually one of those teams that either wins 0-2 or loses 0-2. You look at most of their games, they're quite clean. I think it was something crazy like the last 3 best of 3s only, or 11 best of 3s that they played, only 2 or 3 games have went to distance. It's either them just stomping their opponents or themselves getting stomped. And, the last game that they played actually was quite interesting because they faced off against Aurora. It was again in the Pinnacle Cup 5. It was a 1-1 matchup, and Aurora were able to dismantle them in a pretty comfortable way. But the Mirage actually didn't start badly. And on Mirage, because Inferno was a 16-3, Aurora completely outclassed them there. But the 16-10 on Mirage wasn't that bad, and I argue that individually at least, Kensizor and Saltovsky were on a really high level in that previous game. And this is something that, if you're 9 Pandas right now, you just wish not to happen to you. Especially on the T side, Saltovsky posted the 13-12 T side, which you know how hard it is for an Oper to get 13 kills T side, even if it's Mirage. And Kensizor was on 15-10 on the T side of Mirage against Aurora. And this is with Kenzie and Norway having a 26-28 kill game as well. they were still able to pull out those numbers.
Yeah, Ikla UA definitely not a bad team and showing it here once again. Saltovsky back on the AWP, and to be honest, that it's great to see him back on the op. I mean, he was off it for a little while when Sensi came into the lineup, and of course, you know, you could understand that, but I think he does his best work when he has that AWP in his hands. You know, he was getting multi-kill after multi-kill time and time again when we were casting him, you know, 2 years ago.
He's like a Nitro. Yeah, he's like a CAS Nitro, right? I mean, even better than that, because it feels like S4 is just an AWPer by nature, and he can occasionally rifle if needed.
Yeah.
But he was solid on the rifle as well, by the way.
We
must say, when they were on Equal, he was actually posting really good numbers. And that's a lot better of a round for 9 Pandas, by the way, in the meantime. They've been able to take it down to a 4v2 now. They haven't been able to convert those, especially with C's on the op as well. Dropping Sotovsky, dropping the bomb. This should be a 3rd round on the CT side finally, and that's a great response. This is something that you needed, bringing out the double op setup as well. 2nd one for C's, first one for I Disbalanced, and I guess if it works, you don't really question it, and it works out perfectly. The latest is the only one that they lose. C's on an AVP, by the way, is something quite interesting that I'm pretty sure you haven't seen in a while. Brings out some memories, doesn't it?
Yeah. Did I ever tell you about the story about Seized?
I don't think so. Depends on what story.
About he was playing against an Irish team, and it was my favourite saying that I told you about, the Bulgarian. Well, you said it was a Bulgarian saying. I believe they were playing in like 2 games or 2 different tournaments at the same time and needed to reschedule, and Seized hit them with the "you can't sit on 2 chairs at once."
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, technically
it's true.
The Bulgarian. No, technically you can, but the Bulgarian saying is from 2 chairs you fall on the ground, so it's pretty much the same. You can't sit on 2 chairs at once. Like most of the time, if you try and sit on 2 chairs, you're gonna end up on the ground, butt naked.
Why did the naked part come into it?
I think it just makes it sound more serious, more like something you don't want to happen to you.
Yeah, you're more vulnerable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
It's a metaphor for being surprised unpleasantly, you know, uncomfortable, being put into an uncomfortable position.
I like Clara right now. 2v5. They've lost every single fight bar. That last one where Paul Bandana tries to pull it back. But again, Ikla's playstyle, it's just very slow, so it doesn't leave a lot of room for error, and there's just been too many errors in this round, so I think they're going to call it a day on this one. 9 Pandas, they will have themselves a 4th.
Yeah, this is finally starting to make sense for 9 Pandas. I mean,
yeah,
when you look at the first couple rounds, we were praising Ikla, of course, for doing a really good job, but technically 9 Pandas were always getting themselves into those 4v2, 5v3 positions, but they were unable to convert, right? They were either someone was over peaking, or the communication wasn't there, or there was some questionable decisions that were made by certain individuals, but for whatever reason they weren't able to convert rounds that they should have been. And when you know you have the first 20-30 seconds of the round figured up, and you know that everything's going well with the calls from spawn, because you know the call from spawn can only get you that far, right? You can't know how the first couple fights are going to go, but the call from spawn is going to be, okay, let's say 2 of you push towards top middle, I'm going to flash there, someone's going to go under, we're going to go for the double boost towards the B-abs, blah 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 blah, whatever it is. When this works out, you get yourself into a 5v3, and from that point on, it's the mid-rounding of the team, and especially on CT side, this is more like a communication and individual decision-making type of thing to make sure that the 5 versus 3 gets converted into a 1 round. So if you're the 9 Pandas, you know you have the game plan, you know you're getting the opening kills, you just need to try and isolate yourself from what's happened the first couple rounds and just focus on what's ahead of you, because so far the CT side hasn't looked bleak. Definitely hasn't looked bleak, and you know they're
Nine Pandas can feel a little bit hard done by, to be honest. Not to be in the lead of this one, maybe even quite comfortably. If a few of the rounds don't go Ickla's way, a few of those like very, very close down to the wire rounds, man, we could be looking at. I don't want to say 9-0, but a 7-2.
Easily a 7-2, yeah. Could have easily been a 7-2, or at least a 6-3. But still, they are back in the score, and money's still not as stable as they might want it to be. I mean, it's not that bad. They still have another buy in them, but running the double up setup always has its risks. Blocking the top gun smoke delay this, creating a bit of a gap for himself. That's good. Obviously, no way for the T's to confirm that that's been the case until they spot it.
Yeah, Bria walks right through and realizes it after. Crack 1-for-1 is okay though, as Kenzior goes searching for the player towards top stairs, but he's already been found out. Same with the player on the site. The last player up is going to be Clax towards the ramp on A, and well, great headshot. Palace player, and Clax wants to take these fights. He's not going to be hiding away cowering in a corner. Clax wants to lock down this bomb site and buy enough time for C's to get into a position to help him, but he might not need any help. He might just do it all down with just a pistol, but Saltovsky hits the shot, and now he knows it's seized on the AWP, but the trigger discipline waiting for a clear shot, and seized showing some expertise there, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of patience, but that was really well played by Clax. I'm still laughing at C's, by the way.
By the way, C's showing, like, usually when you're looking at, like, a player that's a rifler on an AWP, they would have taken that first shot.
Yeah.
They 100% would have taken that first shot, but I'm actually so impressed that C's just waited till the clear shot presented itself.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, that's a player that's been playing the game since 2013, right?
I know.
He's seen that so many times. So many times he's been in that position and he's fired the first shot and he's lost the round because of it 100%. The T's, though, will switch things up a little bit. Not the most methodical round in the world. They're just gonna send it out, people. Look at the util damage already coming in from the CTs.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if the T's get anything out of this round. But Ikla have made a living about, or rather out of making rounds like this close. Time and time again. Bandana, though, we'll have to say goodbye to him in this round, and Ikla will have to say goodbye to their only rifle. Birya needs to be ready. Didn't even react to the off shot, but great headshot from that Deagle. Needs to connect on another, but it's not going to happen. Down to just Kenzior, who'll pick up that rifle, get a little bit closer, see nothing towards Kitchen, and now be worried about his flank. But just the timing was a little bit off there, so he shouldn't be eliminating Kitchen from his mind completely. He's going to plant it, but Idis Balance swings to deny. That's 6 for 9 Pandas. That's them pulling themselves into the lead. Ikla UA, they did a really good job of making that difficult, and if Birya finds another kill with that Deagle, that definitely would have happened.
I mean, yeah, it would have been a 1 versus 1. Kenzior, obviously, because they took their time, he wasn't necessarily sure whether they're gonna come in from short. Even the B apartments was maybe an option there, or Kitchen. Taking a look at the Pinnacle odds, 1.46 in favor of the 9 Pandas. And there's a quick boost. His balance on the drop manages to get that kill. All right. That's a great reaction. It was the most unfortunate and the most fortunate play in the world at the same time. Things just went horribly right.
Horribly right indeed. Now, it could continue to go horribly wrong for Ikla here. Especially because Francis walked right in to Clax, who was cowering in Sandwich. And Nine Pandas had the information that 2 players were towards A, and they still have a man advantage. So they're only looking for 1 right now, but they are expecting this A hit to come in. So there'll be a lot of bodies sent just to defend, but Ikla are heading on back. Seized, waiting for somebody to swing out the balcony with that angle, but somebody drops down. He's going to have to be ready to react.
Yeah, the setup's
hear
alright. This balance is ready for the mid presence. Beer's been going for those lurks so many times, so right now he just needs to hold the angle. He might not even be the first rotation. They just need to get 1 kill, and then this balance probably takes down Beer as well.
Yeah, Siege probably will get a kill here. Swing out from the back, he comes in, lots of damage. Saltovsky, he's able to refrag it at least. And that laser still coming. Oh, Saltovsky with a great flick, jumps across though, and that time it cost him his life. Now he's on a ticking timer. The molly could land flush. Oh, and Nidus balance burns. He stands. He was too low HP. Beria wins it with a piece of utility from short. Doesn't matter if it's not planted for you. If you can get that molly down and hope the player completely gets tunnel visioned on you, that's good enough as well. Ikla once again snatch it from under the noses of 9 Pandas.
That's another 5 versus 3, by the way, that the CTs failed to convert. And once again, Beria does so much on that lurk towards middle. I was 100% sure they would start considering it at this point. He's been doing it so many times, but again, he's able to catch the timing, get a kill, and then even win the round in the 1 versus 1. Now is the pistols, and those pistols can bite. Seized with a good opening. Beria doesn't fall short to the 5-7 as well, but they are walking into the AVP of this balance. He knows that he has to go aggressive in that round. Dodges the flash. There's the second one. He wasn't ready for it. I'm not sure if he got spotted. Actually not. The pistol does a really good job to bait in for this balance, keep him alive and set him up for a kill. And now, even though it's a 3 versus 3 and they still have the advantage, it becomes a bit risky because you're not sure where those pistols could be. And look at Klax. He's pushed all the way inside the palace. Oh, they didn't see him. Did he realize that they didn't spot him?
I don't think so. Smoke down. And Ikla might just want to go on the fade of this one. Issue is, I mean, Klax has been left, completely alone here. Is he going to take the risk and go through it? No, he's going to fade it as well. Oh, they're going to kiss in the smoke. Well, Beria is able to react first. That could have went horribly wrong right there for Ikla.
It still can. The Ops here.
Where's the plank going to go in for? It's going to come in for default, but never in doubt when Saltovsky's holding the line. Gets the better of Idis balance and glowing. Now, I think he's going to be routing his way across to try and get his hands on the AK. Beria could contest. And he probably should. And he definitely will. Don't know if Glowing gets out of this one alive. I think everybody's going to be exiting together as well. So this could actually be great for Glowing if he finds more than one. It's the first, but not anymore. Well, Bandana and Beria, they both do survive. That's 7-6 right now. 9 Pandas in a round that they weren't actually expected to win. They do, make Ikla sweat a little bit. When it came down to it, it's just in those final stages of the rounds that Ikla do look so comfortable. It's very interesting to see, teams play like this. I've always called it, a difficult style of Counter-Strike. This kind of CIS style that, we used to see a lot of old school CIS teams play, VP play a certain brand, a special brand of it. But Ikla are making it work right now, but a few sloppy rounds in there have cost them.
Yeah, I guess if we're talking about Ikla, it's not even the traditional VP style. It's more like they go for some early fights, but then in the 3 versus 4 or 3v3 or whatever, just late mid round or mid to late round situation, they're really comfortable. Their communication is really good. Mid rounding from S4 has been great, and usually this is where you kind of realize how vocal the team is around an IGL as well, right? Because he's not the only one giving rounds or giving calls mid-round. Everyone is contributing with some kind of information. Someone might want to go for a play. Beria does want to go for a play, and he will catch Delayed off guard. That's a great opening kill from Beria, especially considering the play's actually going towards the B-bomb side.
Oh, I just balanced way over with that shot, and well, the B-bomb site has fallen over. and falling into the hands of Ikla, who want to continue on their upward trajectory. They want 8 rounds on the T side, and they might just get it. The AKs proving just too hot to handle in this one, and Clax doesn't want burnt fingers, so he'll put on his pair of gloves. A nice pair of gloves, might I add.
Yeah. I actually haven't talked about skins in a long time on the broadcast. I can share a really good, well, I was gonna say skins cheat, but it's not that. It's a craft. It's a really good cheat for a craft that looks a lot more expensive than it actually is. Let me just, yeah. So listen, hear me out. It's an AK-47 Steel Delta is the newest one, with 4K Cerato Hollows from Stockholm 2021. The AK is worth around 4 or 5 euros, by the way. I can guarantee a 10 out of 10 craft.
Might have to look into that.
I'll show it to you after map 1. You're gonna like it. Taking a look at the Pinnacle also, they've shifted massively. Now they're in favor of Ikla UA, but Dileta says no. Unfortunately for him, final round of the half, which means that him and his teammates had to invest everything that they have, as limited as it was. 1 M4, a FAMAS, a Scout, MP9, and a pistol. 5 different guns for the CT side, and Fancy once again just walking through the smoke, catching a perfect timing, seized completely off guard. Glowin's been spotted out, needs more than the 1 kill, and he doesn't get more than the 1 kill. And look at Beria once again. This guy's been so awful throughout this entire half. Finally, they're able to shut him down 1 for 1. And the bomb, oh, actually does manage to cross. This Balance had a bit of an open window there to try and tag down, so Tovsky wouldn't have killed him, of course. Only with the Scout. Required a headshot. The Ops on the other side. Scout is a bit off the mark. That leaves Clax in a pretty difficult clutch. Great flash from Sotovsky is going to set up Kenzizor for the final kill. 9 rounds on the T side for Ikla and the map pick of their opponents as they look and continue going strong towards potentially stealing this one away. Oh, it's actually their map pick. Sorry, that was my bad. Yeah.
It's early in the morning, Ted.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought about it. 9 Pandas even started on the CT side, but yeah, solid performance on their own map pick. Let's put it that way. Yeah. On the least favorable side, or the less favorable side.
My Pandas surely are going to be slightly annoyed with the way that first half went after it had, the promise of it being fantastic. Now they find themselves not in desperate need of the pistol, but it for sure helps. And Paul Bandana with 2 quick and easy headshots stop the players out towards Ramp. He's going to be ran down, but not before he claims yet another. Fans tapping away, trying to repeat his teammates' heroic body tags down to Glowing, but you need the headshot to take him out of the round. Clax should be able to get a plant down and at least secure a force buy in the next round for the T's, but I think that's all they're going to get away with, especially with 3 CTs swarming around, unless Clax can isolate a few of these fights. He's looking for a few heads, and the CTs come jumping around him. Actually, Kenzior challenges a little bit early. Dink through 1. There's the second found, and it's down to just Beria. Clax trying to hold on for his team, looking for the fight, looking for the headshot, and he will get it. Clax comes in clutch on the pistol and saves the day.
Oh my goodness. How is that possible? Paul Bandana is hitting himself right now. Surely. He found a triple kill. He set them up for a 4 versus 3 retake on the A-bomb side, and Clax somehow in the 1 versus 3 manages to find all the shots. Somehow manages to dance around the box, isolate 1v1s. He was given those 1v1s as well, and he was able to find all the kills in the world. It was a really awkward high-low that they went for, by the way, below stairs as well. I mean, one player just crouches in front of the other, and they hope that he peeks. He did peek, and he dinks both of them.
I mean, it's not even on the high-low. It's on that first player. I think it might have been.
It was Kenzizor.
It's Kenzizor? No idea why he's challenging him. No idea why he's challenging him solo. you've got 2 players towards stairs that are not moving. The communication's massively off, and now you find yourself in a horrible situation that you have to defend B with a very weakened buy, but it's going well so far. Saltovsky and Kenzior, the man that I'm being super critical of, already found a few kills, but in retaliation, now 9 Pandas seem to battle back with the rifles, and they hit a lot harder, of course, than the pistols and the SMGs. Definitely, maybe not Kenzior's team. UMP from long range just knows how glowing, and they know exactly where Kenzior is. Oh, Kenzior! He makes up for it. I'm sorry, I'll take it all back. I take it all back. You challenge whoever you want, Kenzior, okay? You've proved yourself.
Wow. Wow. You lose the previous round and you bounce back like this. Those shots were absolutely crazy. Look at his flick with the scout. Yes, the last player was low. He just needed the body shot, but the first 3 kills were absolutely crazy. And you don't even let them get a bomb plant. So look at the buy on the T side right now. It's just 5 Deagles. That's about it. They hope to get fortunate, hope to land a couple shots and glow it. Next on to the first one. Here is walking into the Deagles as well.
Oh,
wait a minute.
How has he's got that kill, man? He's just spammed that Deagle and hope for the best. Oh, we are seeing some pistol magic, Ted. It is great to see, unless you're on the receiving end of it. Oh, Clax. Love this angle. Take your time, mate. Line it up. And put it right between the eyes of Paul Bandana. The rifle still with a chance, though. The utility here can actually do a lot. It can clear out default. By this balance is going to cross on over. Glowing is just going to hide for a second. Oh, but when he peeks out, you are in trouble. Now, this all depends on where Glowing goes, and if it's Firebox, fans should drop the molly. Oh, but he's already got across. That saves him just a little bit. Glowing lands the tag, but it's not going to be enough. Fans on 27 HP just about survives. 9 Pandas make that incredibly close. And they should have another Deagle round like that after, but lack of armor this time around. They would like it to take that one all the way, though, especially after getting it so close. You had it in a 4v2, and if not for fans and Kenzie, look at that shot from below, that is beautiful. If not for fans, though, that one would have been your round. And to be honest, if 9 Pandas come away losing this best of 3 as a whole, they'll look back on this Mirage and say, oh my, look at the amount of rounds that we should have won.
Can change things up now here. Sees, send alone towards the B-bomb side. He sent himself fast. He doesn't actually manage to find a kill, but he spotted only 1 player. So that shouldn't create too much space towards middle for the remaining of the pack. And in fact, it hasn't. Paul Bandana and Kenzi's are both sticking around their positions towards short and connector. Clax might be in for a first kill, and he does manage to get the better of Kenzi's or. They've heard him jump into windows, surely, but Paul Bandana still can't do a whole lot about it, and now he's hearing the steps towards short. This is going to be really problematic if they decide to split B right now. Oh, I love that. They've pulled off everyone out of short right now, and they know that Fancy needs to be worried about it, right? Because there could be people towards short, so he's going to position himself in a more different position. Now they've cleared out middle, and now he's posted on a good off angle. Fancy needs more kills though, needs something, and he does manage to find 1, but gets immediately refragged. S4 already on the rotation. A bit wayward with the shot. Still, he spotted Cease cross towards bench, and Cease is going to re-challenge this one into the AVP's hands. It's 3 versus 2 retake. Delayed is low on HP, and alert coming in from the apartments.
Yeah, Paul Bandana does have a kit though, so, you know, they can take their time. If it was Birya with a kit, it might have been a little bit hairy, but they are doubled up in towards market, so there is a chance that they can just wait for Birya now to strike, and the latest is just so low, surely he doesn't stand a chance, and Birya will claim 2 from the back line. They'll get on the defuse, and it's absolutely no problem. It's happy days for ICLA UA so far, 12-7, and the bomb plant it's not really worth anything for 9 Pandas. I mean, you need to win those rounds. You've invested so heavily into that one. The reason behind that is to reset the money of ICLA, and you haven't been able to do that. Now your money is once again, you know, in a horrible situation. You'll go for a half buy and try and make something work. You'll pull out a set piece, a set play, but you're kind of running out of rounds that you can keep going for those force buys, and before you get, you know, the AKs out and an actual buy, there's a possibility that you could be 13-7 down.
Yeah, probably. They're going for an A execute without a CT smoke, gonna try and push towards Ticket and take CT control. Paul Bandanas realized it, Nate. It's a bit late though, and now the CT player needs to be careful. He's deployed the lurk smoke to try and create some space for himself, and so far that's been successful, but Klax manages to take down Beria, and now Fancy needs to hold on. He needs to make sure that this rifle doesn't take him down. First kill is his, second one as well. That's a great spray transfer from Fancy. Goes for a third, but delayed it, shuts him down. In the meantime, though, look at Kenzizor. Once again, he's coming in from the back lines. They know that both T's have pushed towards the spawn. First one goes down, and now it's T's. He can actually try and line him up. He's a bit off with the shots, manages to take the first one off the bomb. And this is problematic. He's gonna go for it once again, but this time he's a bit too off, and the defuse is gonna come through, so Toski shuts him down. It's 13-7. It's expensive for ICLA UA, but it's still another round on the board.
I mean, they are getting them close. This is a great angle, by the way, that I wanted to bring up from Fancy there. So when you're crouched in that position, you know, he recognized what was going on. They were trying to push and take CT, but the flash will probably go over you if you're in that position, so you won't get blind. So it was absolutely no problem. He was in that position, ready for the swing, and he claimed 2 off it. Unlucky maybe not to get a little bit more, but he was shut down by a nice eagle shot. Let's see this. Oh, Saltovsky just caught a glimpse of him through that smoke. And
It's been a long day for Idis Balance
yeah, it
so
has.
far.
I was just about to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. He has
Because
that
we
much
know
to
each other that
share
well, Jack.
about.
I just know you really well. We operate like one.
Sees is dead as well. Knife out. Yeah, no problem. ICLA are just absolutely stepping it up a gear in this second half. And 9 Pandas, they can't do anything about it right now. Not whatsoever. They're losing every single gunfight. This is your first gun round on the T side. You haven't even got a single kill. You're panicking. You're being swarmed. You're being pushed.
1v5? Okay.
Not one Saltovsky's still alive. Never.
I was just daydreaming there. 14-7. They've doubled up. So far, it's been a Mirage lecture from ICLA UA. With the amount of rounds that 9 Pandas lost when they had the advantage, this is what you eventually get, right? And this is how they're gonna feel after the map's over. You realize you're playing against a really solid Mirage team, so even those rounds, you can't, well, no, I said even. Specifically, in those rounds, you need to capitalize. You need to get the better of them. That's the way to keep the game close. If you let them steal away 3v5s and 2v4s and clutches and stuff like that, you're never gonna get the better of them on the map overall. And in general, that's been the bottom line. ICLA UA just looking like the way better team right now. The 14-7 lead. Another buy coming up for the T's, and once again, going back towards the A-bomb site, he's lining up the top con smoke. As they will probably try and fight for jungle control here.
Need to clear Iberia on default, and it's a great kill to find Paul Bandana dead as well. Saltovsky can do nothing. And a great response from 9 Pandas. It's done enough to just force ICLA away. And because the rounds have been so close, you don't have ICLA on a massive amount of money. So the save is, you know, the only thing that they can really do here. Now, there shouldn't be anybody hunting, which is a little bit of a safety net for ICLA in this round. But 9 Pandas, you know, they come up with the goods there. Need to keep going the way that they're going, but it's at a stage of the game now where perfect counter-strike is needed. You can't make any more mistakes, or else we will be probably heading over onto an overpass. And although the stats, you know, might lead you to believe that it should be a 9 Pandas game, ICLA, the results on it, you know, they have lost them all, but as you said in the pregame, Ted, they've all been very, very close games.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. One of them I think was a blowout, but that was I think the blowout was against Iron Branch. And then 14 rounds they took off of Prospects and Arc Red, but again those rounds were in June as well, so they've had enough time to practice it even more as well. Potentially, that is.
Potentially, yeah.
Probably. Hopefully for them. We're gonna find out. They try and close it out with the mid aggression though. Deep mid smoke is a great one way to work with, but delayed spot smoke recognizes the possibility of a play like that, and Glowin recognizes it as well. That's a great counter from the T side. A really good way to deal with the situation. And now, you know, especially in that type of a purchase once again from the CT side, this could bait some aggression out. So you can see on the minimap how no one's moving literally on the T side. They're all going to freeze, wait for the CTs. It's either going to be a stack from 3 people on the same bomb side, and you can just send one player to look for them, and you're going to find it out and confirm that information and just head towards the other bomb side, or someone will eventually have to go for a peek or a push.
Yeah, 9 Panda's just waiting for the mistake to be made.
9
Doesn't
Panda's
look like
furious.
it's gonna happen. Yeah, ICLA aren't moving. They're not giving them an inch here. And ICLA are gonna be in a stacked site here. They have a decent little crossfire. Birya might have just been spotted there. So Saltovsky wants to get a move on here. Oh, this is so risky, but it pays off. He gets away.
Yeah,
Spotted now.
line it up.
Oh, but it's a perfect bait into Birya. Does fine too. Saltovsky is still alive. Catches Clax with a nade in his hand. Saltovsky
Look at the time.
doesn't do it here. Yeah, time was running low.
Yeah, I mean, do they have it? Okay, yeah, they had it. Fine. I was about to say maybe if he stays alive, he gets the round, but that was maybe the best way for them to make it close, right? The Emperor gets a double. If it gets a triple here, then it becomes a lot more interesting, and I'm not sure how Fancy went down. I think he tried to go through the murder hoe in jungle when someone was waiting for him. Maybe if he catches a better timing as well, they can steal it away. It's still a tactical timeout coming in for ICLA UA, though they realize how important it is to close it out now and not let 9 Pandas back into it. Clax has been playing extremely well, by the way. Something that we need to bring up for sure. Glowin's been really stable as well, but those are your 2 anchors on the CT side, and those are not your 2 star riflers, right? If you want people to perform on a really high level, I guess Delaydays and Idis Balance are the ones that you're looking at. Neither one of them has been having a great game so far. So looking at both Clax and Glowin, they've been doing the heavy lifting, but they need some assistance. Especially if they want to make this comeback work. It's going to require something spectacular from the 9 Pandas. They're not incapable, though. A panda is quite dangerous when it gets infuriated.
Okay. Always satisfying when you go for a wallbang like that and it hits.
I've only seen that one work out when I've watched Simple stream, by the way. Nowhere else. Only there.
Well, you've seen it live here.
And when I watch Zerfer play as well, sometimes.
Sometimes. It's usually I'm usually the one with the pistol.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Nah. My team wouldn't dare let me near a window. They'd be too afraid of what would come.
Well, with great power comes great responsibility, Jack.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, 9 Pandas have a responsibility not to throw away any weapons here, which is what ICLA are going to be trying to look for and search for. Holding for the exits, but the exit is going to be through Kitchen and Market, where Saltovsky is going to be the only one that can possibly take advantage of this route out of the site. But a missed shot, a wayward one, and this should be 8 players surviving in this round. And just as I say that, Public Dana says, you know what, Glowin? You want another kill? You can have another kill.
14-10. Unless Equal UA start winning rounds now, this one might get uncomfortably close. There's the replay of the great shot from Idis Balance. It's a good way to find the opening kill. Especially when you have the lineup memorized. Once again, the guns are gonna go out, so Tovsky on an AVP going for an early peek towards the ramp from stairs, but there's no one to challenge. Look at Blackstone, he's so quick towards middle to take that space. And he was even thinking about going for the jump in window, but he gets spammed through the smoke, so he's gonna slow it down. And tries to get out of there, tries to go for the lineup for the window re-smoke. Popandana's gonna drop him early, opening kill for Equal UA, denying some mid-presence. And this was the only person that was actually nearby window as well from the T-side's perspective. So now Idis Balance needs to take some space with Diop. He needs to find something.
Oh, they might get caught going for this boost here. This could be a big problem. Oh, I think
That's a free kill.
Kenzior, yeah, he's just spotted him. Popandana's going to swing out through the molly spray down 2, proving the A4 is way better than the A1S. When you can walk and spray like that, it's absolutely perfect. Birya goes down to the data glowing. Popandana wants a little bit more, and he will get 4. 15 and 10. Ikla UA, they've got themselves a map point on their own map pick. And we always knew that this one was going to be a tough one for 9 Pandas. Just the way that Ikla have been playing recently on it, the performances so far in this event. I mean, the 16-12 loss against OG are very, very respectable result. Beating Webster 16-9 and then, you know, getting 10 rounds off Aurora as well. So, you know, looking at this one on paper, we always knew that Ikla were going to come out fighting and come out swinging.
Yeah, what you're trying to say, we have the reasoning to believe that they are a really solid Mirage team, right? And they've showed it time and time again, even in games that they don't win. And today, it feels like it's going to finally be a game that they do win. Early aggression towards the B-bomb side. Season is in a good position, actually, to deny that, and he probably will get the free kill onto Kenzie Zora, but the A play is in hand, and actually there's a lot of CTs nearby. Fancy, realizing where Seized was, he's actually going to try and go for the kill, and I think they've spotted each other, so Seized probably won challenge, or at least he's going to be a lot slower approaching it, and he gets the kill. That's lovely done by Seized. He single-handedly won them the round. The CTs have to save.
On the other side of the map, might I add as well. Like literally, like Seized is not involved in anything other than those lurks trying to find the kills. And
he's not involved in anything, and in the meantime, he's involved in everything.
In everything, yeah. And they've lost the op as well, which is a big problem. Popandana and Birya need to hang on to the rifles.
Well, I guess now you just have to do that 4 more times until Equal UA's lead ceases to exist.
Oh man, that actually hurt me a little bit inside. I think a part of my soul.
Come on, I wanted to say that for a long time.
When you like make those puns,
oh
I
yeah,
actually
because
think a part
I
of my soul dies every time. It's like, do you ever watch Harry Potter?
You're saying it as if it doesn't sound right.
Do you ever, yeah, I know, but do you know in Harry Potter with like Voldemort and like the Horcruxes?
Yeah. Okay,
like,
so you're a Voldemort.
Like it would rip some of my.
You're a Holocruxes.
Horcruxes, yeah.
Horcruxes, yeah, not Holocruxes, yeah. Sorry. I've even read the books.
Yeah, that's a big mistake.
What are your Horcruxes? What objects?
Mouse, keyboard, monitor.
Oh my
PC.
goodness. Oh my
goodness.
god.
Oh no.
They're gonna close it out with the pistols, are they?
Oh, an Avada Kedavra with the pistol. Surely not. Clack's dead. Ikla. As we're not expecting it. Just when you think 9 Pandas were going to make that a little bit closer, Ikla UA steal that one away. Oh.
Wow. What a way to do it as well. After such a chaotic map for 9 Pandas, they didn't play a bad Mirage as well. Especially in the first half, there were so many rounds when they had the advantage, so many rounds when they were really effective in the first 15 to 20 seconds of a round. They were getting themselves into 5v3s, 5v4s constantly, and then suddenly out of nowhere they would lose the round. And this is how it ends as well. It started feeling like they could go for one final sprint and try and close it out, or, well, not close it out, but at least close out the distance, level things up, potentially even send us to an overtime if things continued going that way. They were just 2 buy rounds away from making that happen, Jack. And of course, with those 2 buy rounds come 2 conversions. And unfortunately for them, at the first conversion, they fall. Eagle UA close out Mirage 16-11, and with Overpass coming up next, Eagle UA starting on the CT side. Even though they haven't won the map a single time in the last 3 months, they're not looking like a team that should be written off. 9 Pandas, though, a solid showing, lacking the ferocious finishing moment, though, in a lot of those rounds. Are going to be looking forward to starting on Overpass, playing a much better map, and potentially leveling things up and saving up their life at the Pinnacle Cup 5. But will they be able to do that? We're going to find out after the break.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to get into map 2 between Ikla and 9 Pandas. And Ted, mate, map 1 that we were kind of expecting to go in the favour of Ikla. It was a close game. You know, there was 9 Pandas, you know, trying to actually put up a decent enough fight, but you could see towards the end of it, Ikla, they just really outclassed them, especially, you know, in the kind of early and mid second half. Ikla really kind of came into their own. Going over onto Overpass, what can we expect between these two teams?
I feel like we can expect something quite similar. We can expect a lot of unclean rounds, a lot of rounds that have been stolen away by the team that's in a much worse position. I feel like what we can expect as well is a pretty solid CT side from Ikla, or at least for their sake, they'd be hoping for it to be really solid. So Tovsky was playing really well on that map, number 1. The youngsters, of course, of Pope and Dana and Fancy were playing really nicely as well. And I feel like if those guys are able to keep up with their performance, if Kenzizor is showing up as well, Beer is always going to be a solid player. I guess there's no questions when it comes down to him. He's the most experienced one out of the lot, alongside S4, of course. But I feel like if they're able to post a good CT side, 9 Pandas might struggle. With that being said, though, recently the 9 Pandas have been struggling on Overpass, and this is something that's quite interesting for me, because I think they're a really good Overpass team. I think they have a lot of cool ideas on the T side as well. Their last game against Eternal Fire, they were completely burnt out of the water. They just couldn't find a comfortable place for themselves on the map. Before that, they were able to beat Ecstatic, yes, but it was in a really close game. And in the game before that, they lost it to an Encilio, which is really good, by the way. New Russian team, I say new, it's a couple months old, but new were on this level of competition, but they still lost it 9-16. And I feel like for them, it's not like with other teams. For them, when they start on the T side, if they're not competitive on the T side, if things don't go well, really rarely you're going to see them actually submit the massive comeback and come back from even a 4-11 deficit on the T side, then on the CT side be able to go back into a game. For 9 Pandas, Overpass is even a fairly T-sided map, statistically, at least for this team. So I feel like the first half is going to tell us a whole lot of what to expect. They are not a team that is that fortunate and successful when it comes down to massive comebacks.
Yeah, you made a good point. I believe on the first map it was Ikla. They either win 2-0 or they lose 2-0. They very, very rarely, you know, go to a third and final map. So by your logic, Ted, this should be a 2-0. This should be Ikla actually taking this one and getting their first victory in the last few months on Overpass. So
It should be. I mean, if you follow what I've said so far, yeah, actually, you made the bottom line for me. I didn't say it out loud, but yeah, I mean, I think it should be a 2-0.
I think it's going to be. I think it's not as cut and dry in that. I think it will be competitive, but judging by that first map, man, I think Ikla were definitely the better team, for sure. I think there was just too many mistakes from the side of Nine Pandas, especially when they were in, you know, kind of man advantage, 2-man advantage situations, and like against the top teams, you cannot be making them. So if we see that from Nine Pandas here once again, could be big problems. And it's also a big problem that Ikla are going to be starting on the CT side. So coming into this full of confidence, starting on the CT side of Overpass, you know, pros always say that it's the most CT sided map in the pool at the moment.
Yeah, which makes it even more precarious about Nine Pandas having actually a higher % win rate on the T side than their CT side here.
Yeah.
I guess this is because they've played a lot more on the T side as well, because every single time they're picking into it and they're starting on the offense, so they get at least 15 rounds on CT side and or on T side rather, and then however it's left on the CT side. So yeah, every single time you look into the stats of a team on a certain map, have that in mind, especially when it's their map pick. It could vary a little bit. That doesn't mean that their CT side is terrible. It means that they just don't play as many rounds on it, and in general, they just win more rounds on the T side because they played much more. It's going to be a B play though, a 5v4, and Paul Bandana's all alone. Well, now he's not. Fancy's rotated, but it's only the two of them.
It's a bit fast rotation down connector. Fancy's going to fall. The same with Paul Bandana and Glowing. That's beautiful. The drive-by block. Double dink headshot, and the blocks reign supreme in that one. Not a single one does fall as Nine Pandas continue their streak on pistols. They've taken every single one so far this series.
Yeah, that was a bit undecisive from the CTs there as well, right? I mean, you saw how Fancy or Paul Bandana was playing on the retake from Graffiti, and then Fancy rotates him last second, and he even tries to not only sprint into water, but actually go in behind pillar. And, you know, he was a little bit off with the timing there. Gets caught off guard, gets punished. Map 2 odds, heavily in favor of the Nine Pandas, this being their map pick, of course, on Overpass from Pinnacle. You can check out the odds down in the description. There will be a banner. Ooh, that's risky. Scout confirmed, though, and now they know it's a force buy they're up against. Still a pretty B-oriented round from the CT side, which could be the right idea, but as I said, Albiri actually started rotating up, so if the T's went for a quick execution now, they would find themselves on a pretty easy to take bomb site.
Fancy Bandana are going to walk in towards short, but probably to their death. Paul Bandana realizing it, so he's going to sadly leave his friend.
He's a man of culture. I've just spotted the CZ. What a distinguished gentleman.
We've seen a lot of them so far today. I think we've seen one from one of the Nine Pandas players as well. I'm not sure who it was seized.
I think it was seized, yeah. Because I thought seized as well.
And speak of the devil, there he is, burning Paul Bandana. Once again, B falls. So far, so good for Nine Pandas. 25 seconds, though. They need to get onto the site and plant a bomb.
That's a headshot.
And that's a great shot from Saltovsky there.
Good reaction. The Eagles up close. That is low on HP. It's just one body shot. And Kenzizor actually finds the headshot. So that's at least an AK that they're going to be able to pick up. I feel like the round is out of reach. They're still doing a whole lot of damage. C's doesn't want to go down as well. That could be another rifle saved up. It's a good angle. Kenzizor still manages to win the fight. This is becoming really expensive for the T's. If we're able to lock them down on the bomb site right now and at least find the kills, this could be good enough. I mean, you could justify an investment into the next round as well from the CT side if you find all kills. Eventually, they will focus more on staying alive themselves and they're going to let the last two survive. But this is not a bad round in terms of the damage. Now you're going to go for a half buy in the next one as well. Kenzizor has a Deagle that he can drop over, and you still have one AK, one more pistol, and a scout to work with in this next round.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not It's not the result you were after, but it will definitely do. It will definitely do.
It's
And
a
you
good silver
don't-
lining.
Yeah, and you've got, you've upgraded for what you would have had to play, because you were ultimately losing that round, but you've upgraded with, what you have to play with here. So, Ikla now leaving Saltovsky alone towards A. He's going to be solo holding that one down. And then everybody else is towards B, but 9 Pandas exploring their options. Up through long, just clearing every little nook and cranny around the map, making sure that there's going to be no CT, just ready and waiting in the wings. Flash idea into connector, but in execution, Glowing was just ready for it. Drops a rifle, drops a pistol, and another one to follow as well. So,
Yeah, the rifler is still blinded by the flash, by the way. Tour's gone.
I didn't even see that, to be honest.
Yeah, he wasn't, it wasn't like a full blind up until the moment he went down, but the first second and a half he was blinded from his own flash, or his teammate's flash. But it was really smartly played by Glowing either way, right? He was just waiting for that exact play. He's holding for the push. If he hears the flash, he's gonna swing, and he knows that he's got the advantage in that fight. It's better to be the peaking than the peaked. So, the peaker, not the peak E.
You still get to play with your AK though as well. So I mean, we're trying to find every positive here for Ikla, I think. But yeah, I mean, great round from Glowing. I mean, nice idea, but as you said, just wrong in the execution. So AK for fans, that's okay. I think Saltovsky probably will upgrade for sure. He's gonna maybe try and look for a kill more, and he's found it. Glowing will go down. Looking to see what rifle he's just dropped with the scout he has collected. He does not find any more though, so he will go down. Does make it just a little bit more expensive at least. First buy round coming up, and this is where Ikla have the opportunity now to turn the tide of this first half completely, just flip it, put it in their favor, and put 9 Pandas under pressure. Because you're a map up, you want to start winning rounds early on your CT side, or just in the first half in general. It doesn't matter if you're the CT side or the T side. If you're a map up, you wanted to get some of these early rounds, especially the first gun, but first gun fight goes in favor of the team that so far have found it all, and Clax has found a massive gap.
He just walked out.
Yeah. Walk through. This is perfect. Picture perfect. This is a save already for Ikla.
Yeah, the round's over, pretty much. They spotted the rifle and the AWP towards the A-bomb side. They've heard the nades towards short, so Clax knows that there is an aggressive setup on the other side of the map. He's realized that they've aggressed right next to him. He feels like he can take a chance, especially after the opening kill. If he walks through the smoke and he gets shut down, that means that potentially the Oper could be alone towards A, right? If there's someone holding for this push still, and then they can start pressing charges toward that part of the map. And even if it's just a 1-for-1, it's still a 4 versus 4 for the T's to work with. So it's a completely justified risk that he takes, and it pays off. Still, you don't want to lose too many guns right now. I wouldn't really want to see 9 Pandas invest too much in the hunt. I'd want to see them focus on their economy a little bit, and maybe after losing that one player, you've decided to draw the line and just let them save the 2 AKs in DO. But that was just Clax outplaying Ikla UA in this one. Good understanding on what's happened on the other side of the map and what that means for you. Catches Bandana completely off guard. And there goes the tactical timeout. Worrying signs early doors for Ikla.
I mean, that was too easy. Quite simply put, that was too easy, and that's why probably we're seeing that timeout from Ikla, because they realise, okay, we've a really good opportunity to just beat these 2-0 here and be done with this game. They don't want to squander it. Don't want to take their time. And they definitely do not want to give 9 Pandas any more free rounds like that. A free round, but well worked from the T side. But we're back at it. Back in action. It'll be interesting to see what 9 Pandas do go for on the call. Double nade. Nobody's going to be home. Beria is just a little bit further away, and it didn't matter because one of them missed.
I just want to say, I know that has nothing to do with the game itself. Jack, I'm proud of the coffee that I've made myself. It is great. Cheers to everyone that's drinking a coffee. Or a cup of water, or tea. Everything works. Nothing's worked out for the CTs though, so we can't really say that right now, can we? It's been a pretty troublesome start to this overpass. Still savable. I mean, CT side overpass, I guess it's really hard to start. As long as you find the tempo amongst the first, I guess, in the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, or let's say 5, maybe, it's still alright. You can still make it look respectful, you can still make it look like you've dominated, but if you continue getting picked apart like you are right now, it could never start looking competitive in the first place. Another opening kill going in favor of the T side. This balance catches Kenzizor completely out of position. Now they've started making their way down towards the B-bomb side. Fancy's been left all alone here. They've stacked A, and he's playing this one on the retake. Just now, Paul Bandana's going to realize and try and get closer, but the play is already coming in hand.
It wants to go. They need to be clean though on the entry, and it's not very clean, not whatsoever. Not right now. Paul Bandana still just buying time for Saltovsky to rotate in. They're going to try and get this plant down, and they will be able to do it. They drop the op, they drop the water player, and it's down to just Beria. 9 Pandas let the clock run thin, but make sure that they don't run out of it. And well, Seized with the wallbang to seal it. Glowing did the majority of the damage there, but Seized got the final blow. And 9 Pandas, they sacked this game 5-0.
Yeah, we're starting to see signs of that really solid T side from the 9 Pandas that we talked about. It's just really devastating to play against. You try and go for something aggressive, they're ready to welcome it, get the first kill, catch a good timing, and get away with the round. You try and play it a bit more passive, they're completely alright with just being really slow and methodical on the T side. And once again, as soon as they get the opening kill, it just feels like they have a really good idea on how they want to proceed. Mid-rounding so far from Seized has been really good here. Well, to be fair, everything's been really good. Kenzizor. I don't think he spotted Glowing cross towards the left-hand side. He didn't see him. Glowing might be able to surprise him, especially if Kenzizor makes a step. And Glowing is in a position where he can catch a timing. Oh, didn't spot the gun barrel. Kenzizor is going to give away his position, surely. But with the door being open, I don't think he even considers that being a possibility. This is really awkward. It's all about the timing.
Yeah, Glowing gets at least one here. Paul Bandana's dead. Oh,
he's gonna play the trigger discipline. Never
There's
mind.
one. Does he find one more? Yeah, he does. Glowing's got two. Kenzio though catches a player lining up a smoke. It has been thrown though. So Tolsky's dropped the bomb. Now Kenzio's going to attack from behind. Just when you think 9 Pandas had a great opportunity with a Glowing double. Ikla once again overturn a massive man deficit. It's a 3v5 that they turn now into a 3v2. And Saltovsky, if he gets here behind Truck, he'll be able to set himself, post up on the angle, reposition is great, and tags down Disbalance, who wants nothing to do with this round anymore. Backs away to the safety of a little bit of cover, but Kenzio wants him. He wants him dead, and you can understand why. He's got the AWP. He won't wait for a time run out. He'll just take that kill.
Big round from Kenzizor. Great stuff from the 17-year-old. Completely shutting them down, by the way. I'm a bit confused because it felt like the player going out of connector even after Kenzizor gets the first kill. Yeah, Glowin didn't realize where he was. Maybe he thought that he'd aggressed. Maybe he thought that he'd try and go towards party or long and just stay alive. But yeah, he was wrong to assume so. Kenzizor just went into the fight. won it, got a third one after the fact, and there's the first buy round for ICLA UA. I like the tactical timeout here, though. I feel like they realized that this was not a round again that they should be winning. I mean, they had the right idea, but again, it's a bit of a silly timing and moment of miscommunication that puts them in a really precarious spot. They're able to get out of there, but they realize that they need to build up on that. They need to get 2, 3, 4, 5 on the board. They need to win that first half on the CT side of Overpass. This just has to be the start and thing to get them fired up. Quite important that you keep 9 Pandas down. At least they've been doing a good job at keeping the T side money down because of how close those rounds have been. So if you win it here, you could be resetting the T side economy, and that could be a good start to a much more competitive Overpass than what we've seen for the first couple rounds.
Already fans extremely low. I missed how he took the damage, did you see?
I'm afraid no. I was looking at my notebook. I think it might have been a nade, because he's towards barrows.
Might have been.
I think it was might have been a seized nade. Or a monster one.
Great find here from Kenzio once again, getting aggressive on A.
Wow.
Oh, he's a nightmare right now in the last 2 rounds. Kenzio getting into his own, but eventually he will be taken out. The ladies needed to deal with him because the last thing you want is CT in your backline just causing havoc.
Yeah, now they've given him all the space in the world. They've gotten the 2 kills courtesy of Kenzio, and now they're just starting to slow it down, let the T's make the move, play from the back, let them think about it. And they've left the Oper alone towards the A bomb side. That's created so much space, or at least he's creating so much space right now. I say that. Beer is rotating back. Fancy's low on HP. Bobandan needs to be the one to do the heavy lifting towards B with only 15 seconds to go.
Trying to be fast down connector. Fans gets 1, which is absolutely massive. Seized now, it's been spotted out. The bomb dropped towards Monster, and Seized is saving an AWP, mind you.
Counter-terrorists win.
And I don't believe the CTs can get their hands on one. So unless Beria wants to be a great teammate and drop over Saltovsky, I don't think we're going to find them.
I mean, he can afford to. He's got the armor and the gun. He doesn't have utility, but I guess he can make that sacrifice if they really want to have an AVP. He doesn't make it though. Yeah,
no.
They're gonna stay with it. I mean,
well,
it is a point of discussion because you know that the T's have no money. It's just the same dope of C's, right? And you know they're gonna be out of cash, so maybe you can just play with the rifles. It's not like you need the ult to contest.
Fans naded himself there, so I seen where he took damage that time around.
And you know what? This is actually a smart investment because they know Seized is alone with the AWP. They're comfortable that they're gonna win the round, and they're just gonna pick up the AWP from his corpse.
Yeah, smart play.
No need to buy into an AVP when Seized has already saved it for us.
There goes the last piece of utility that 9 Pandas had ready, or rather at all. See, surely has been spotted there, so they know the AWP is outside Monster. Still,
not.
Fans is going to sit on the angle. Now they realise it. Now the pistols are going to come running out through. Clax might have a little bit of a gap to run past that Molotov. I don't believe it landed flush, but as I was talking about, there's no util for 9 Pandas, so they're waiting for the CTs maybe to swing in to just overcommit into an angle. The smoke's going to go down. It's going to be very awkward. Might give a little bit of a one-way for the CTs to play around with, but there's still chances, especially if C's can get something done. Never mind Kenzio in the back line. He gets ran down, but found out. I mean, for very limited invested there for, you know, 4 Glocks and an op, and you take away 3 rifles on the CT side, that's pretty solid. That's
phenomenal.
Pretty solid.
It's great. I mean, it's not even solid. It's absolutely fantastic. Look at the state of the money on the CT side. And you just did that without investing a single penny into the round.
The problem is that 9 Pandas, they've got seized and clacks on Mac.
They rush B?
Yeah, they're rushing B here. Let's get ready. Fans needs to be so ready in the Mac cans. They overpower him. Make the way up onto the side. Burning clacks. He's a little bit uncomfortable, forced into a fight that maybe he didn't want to take. But it's fights that they continue to win over and over again. And Saltovsky burns to a Molotov. It's just all gone wrong here from Ikla. Great call. Fantastic call from 9 Pandas. They just caught Ikla lacking, reset the money.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say, by the way, because you do say great call. It didn't really outplay them in a way, right? I mean, it's a good switch up because they haven't went for anything like that so far. I'm not against the call as well, but they actually play right into the hands of Ikla UA. Ikla were really quick with the flank. They had 2 people towards short. They have 2 more players towards the B-bomb side. They had 4 people in total towards that correct side of the map, and they were still unable to do anything. Fast was all alone trying to challenge Monster from a really wide angle as well, which is always quite uncomfortable when they have flashes. He wasn't ready for the fast play, apparently. It just catches them off guard completely, even though they had the numbers. And now you're looking at a 7-3 T side for the 9 Pandas, a much better score than Mirage, a much more solid performance in general. And it's not only 1 or 2 individuals, and you know, on the previous map we were praising Klax and Glowing, who were above everyone else. Disbalance has had his moments, Delayed is Glowing, Seized, Klax, everyone's just performing. It's team effort right now for the T's. And for Ikla UA, it feels like they need someone to step it up in order to get around. So far it's been mainly Kenzizor. Once or twice Saltovsky, but that's about it. And the loser of this one, once again for those of you that are just joining in, will be eliminated from the competition. We're in that later stage of the main Swiss. 4 teams already booked their places into the playoffs. That was Ecstatic, Espionage, OG, and the Eyeballers. We already said goodbye to Spirit, Ents Academy, and the Websters as well.
The Pandas just running their pistols here. And they do so with ease. 7-3, yeah, it's a solid T side so far from 9 Pandas. Ikla need to come up with something. It's been pretty much one-way traffic. They haven't really got going whatsoever. This has been, I would say, probably a difficult one to witness if you're on Ikla. To, you know, not only just playing, but like when you're watching it as well. When you're watching it happen all around you. You realise that a lot of the times you're losing engagements time and time again, man. 9 Pandas are just winning everything. They're just full of confidence. They want to take this map and send us to an inferno. And to be honest, it's still very early on. Ikla could definitely turn this one around, but I'm already expecting a third.
He lands his way closer to the bomb site, takes down Viria as well. All 3 of the CTs in this round caught off guard, losing their fight. 2 of them came short, and that's another one that does so much damage but just can't close out the kill. Fancy finally picks up something for his team, but he's just surrounded. Look at him around like hungry hyenas. They're just gonna eat him alive. Glowing executes him from the back. It's 8 rounds on the T side. Just starting it off. Saltovsky completely unaware of the possibility of a player being outplayed ground. Then the player towards connector, in the moment that he loses his teammate towards mid, feels like he's pressured and has to go for that peak. It doesn't go his way. Glowin has been really good at holding on that connector line, by the way. I'm trying to figure or think of a single moment or a single time when he's actually been surprised towards con, caught off guard with an 8 in hand, holding the wrong angle, just lost the fight in general. He hasn't, actually. Every single time he's been waiting it out really nicely. Every single time he's been letting the CT pick into him. Had that one round where he caught the phenomenal timing as well when he was aggressive. It's just been a good mixture. It's not like he's just waiting every single time. It's a good mixture of aggressiveness and diligence. And that's a good mixture of hope and pity 50 for this balance. A nice triple to close it out. A 9-3 lead on the T side. And no matter what happens from now on, 9 Pandas can be absolutely jubilant about what's happened so far in this first half.
Is there going to be a response from Ikla in this first half? So far, it's been lifeless. 9 Pandas are really just showing their class on this map, flashing towards short, trying to take some space by the CTs. They know that Klax is now in towards Crit. Molly, he smokes it down, sees, finds a double. As he realises a third player there, the flash blinds Beria, but only for a moment. He settles himself for at least 1 kill, but he will get no more. Glowing in connector connects on yet another multi-kill, and it's down to Saltovsky, and he can just watch this round go by through the scope. It's been such a sad first half.
Such a sad map in general. Those are the moments when you just go back to what happened on Mirage, and you're thinking about all those rounds that you were able to steal away, and you're actually quite scared because you realize how close that was to going in favor of 9 Pandas in a 2-0 fashion. Had they actually converted most of those rounds on Mirage, we could have been looking at a game that ends in not more than 10 to 15 minutes right now, which is scary. It's scary how comfortable they've been on that T side, and that just comes to show that even if your recent form on a certain map isn't great because of, you know, XYZ factors, it still doesn't mean that, you know, you're falling off on the map. It still doesn't mean that you're a bad overpass team. It just means that there was a couple games that didn't go your way. You were feeling a lot better on the day. You weren't feeling a lot better against Eternal Fire. And in general,
it depends on the styles. It depends on the styles as well of the teams, because teams will play different. You know what I mean? Oh, Kenzie, I was just going to walk through. You know, as Delightus is there. Okay, Ikla, you have my attention now. You've got the bomb. And you spotted 2 players towards top connector. Paul Bandana. Glowing is here too. Glowing just too slow to react once again. That's not the first time Glowing is not reacted to something this game. And it's in that connector area. The first one thinking that maybe Kenzie will push through, but that one was a little bit more obvious. I mean, Paul Bandana kills your teammate from behind and then sprints up connector and you don't turn.
Maybe he just expected a player to peek him from in front of him. Yeah, maybe. He expected to be double peeked, so he was like, yeah, this guy just killed my teammate. He's not gonna just start running. He's probably gonna coordinate it with his teammates towards A.
Regardless, you've got a 10-4 half so far. Possibly 11-4. But if Ikla can make it 10-5, you know, with the shaky CT side that 9 Pandas are kind of known for on this map, or rather the win percentage is a lot less than the T side, you never know what might happen. I'm just not saying rule it. I'm just saying don't rule it out. But so far, 9 Pandas have given me absolutely no reason to doubt them on this map. I think bar like 1 or 2 small mistakes, they've played an absolute stormer of a game and deserve a third map.
An A play lined up. Nades gonna go in. Kenzizor confirms it, and he's confirmed Glowing's presence towards Banana as well, leaving S4 towards the back of Optimus with Diop. Look at that from Glowing. Oh, this is so intelligent. He's holding it on. He's low on HP, but it doesn't matter. He's got the advantage in both those fights. Manages one more. Finally, Banana is gonna shut him down, but they bait out Beria. They spot him on the fade of the smoke. And it's a 2 versus 3 retake for the Yoper and Paul Bandana coming in from different directions. But look at Klax, he's completely possessed. He's played this one so well, actually. A bit scrappy on the finish, but still manages to confirm the kill. And that should be enough to confirm the round as well. Is Diop left in a 1v3 and he's getting, oh, actually held. He's being held from Bank. Diletis is not even walking down on him. He wants to make sure he secures the round, and Sotovsky's hoping that they give him something, but just no one's peeking into him. Diletis finally goes for the peek, executes him, and that's going to be 11 rounds on the T side of Overpass for 9 Pandas. Looking strong, not looking like a team that's ready to get eliminated from the tournament for sure.
For sure. And they won't be eliminated just yet unless this one goes completely astray. I mean, like you're in the driver's seat right now. You're in control. If you can just keep up your perfect pistol record and conversions, then happy days. You see the odds, man. Iclar 18.1 to win this map. So, if that doesn't kind of put things into perspective, how difficult it would be to come back on this map for Iclar, I don't know. I don't know what will. But the pistol is going to start. It's going to be 4 men down connector. 1 player ready and waiting towards middle. Takes a little bit of a fight, a little bit of an engagement, trying to get the CT player to stick around where the T's could then strike. But 9 Panda's happy enough to just play deep, play from the bomb sites. They are very far back, every single one of them, even the players over towards B. Not a lot of info to go off, but eventually they will get some.
They've seen the bomb.
That's all the info that they need. Sees starts us off. A nice headshot. Smoke down actually has been blocked, and the lady's got a nice one-way. He's got a nice gap to work with. The ladies, he's got a nice USP to work with as well. That is crisp and clean. 2 easy headshots. Klax chimes in with one of his own, and it's down to just Beria. And we've already seen some pistol heroics with a Glock. Surely not again, and glowing. Oh my. Some of the cleanest USP shots that we've seen.
Yeah, that's just
in this game.
Putting the seal on this overpass right now for 9 Pandas. What a second shot from Diletis. Look at the reaction. Klax was really quick on the flank as well, but they're just winning every single fight. It feels like this should be enough to put the final nail in the coffin. We are going to a third, probably 99% at this point, especially with the eco coming up. You're looking at a 13-4 CT side overpass game for 9 Pandas that have picked into the map. At this point, you really have to go out of the realms of reality to find a way for Icla UA to turn this around. It just looks uncomfortably impossible. Even if you have a, I don't know, you get a Zaiwu or a simple performance from someone, it still feels really tough to even start thinking about it. I mean, from their perspective, at least they can be calm about it. They have no pressure, right? They know that this map is over, in a way. So you can play without any pressure, try and make the best out of it on the T side. If you get enough rounds, hopefully, for you, maybe you start being competitive once again. But even if you don't, it's not such a big deal. You were able to get your map pick. You know you have an Inferno that you're quite good at as a decider, so you can just relax and try and make the best of it. Enjoy the experience as much as one can enjoy getting baffled.
Battered. Yeah, I don't think this is very enjoyable. I don't know about you, Ted, but I haven't enjoyed very many games where I've been 12-4 down. Unless I just start fragging out my mind and then you know, we come back and win, but you know as well as I do that never happens. 20 seconds for Icla to get onto this site, and the time continues to run thin. They're going to have 3 players to defend here for 9 Pandas. Surely this round is just going to be over. They're going to go into the meat grinder, chewed up and spat out. And into the next round. 13-4. First buy round coming up for Icla, but it's going to be one of their only chances to get anything done, to, you know, as you said, get the confidence back up before you go into a third map. You know, put a few rounds together. That's, you know, probably the height of it. That's the only positive that they're gonna, you know, get from this overpass.
Normally, you know, I'm really optimistic with those, but I just don't see a world where ICLA UA come back into this one.
Me either, to be honest.
I don't think they do as well. Normally, I'd say, you know, you just take it one step at a time, you don't think about it too much, and eventually you're gonna be in a position where you can start dreaming, but this one just hasn't given us a lot of signs. And this round doesn't look good. Judging from the setup, iDisbalance has a free kill, Clax probably has another one. It's a bit scrappy, but still manages to confirm it, and they're just out of there. A double opening, just like that, just picking them apart. Seast is even pushed towards connector. Sotovsky wasn't ready for it. Seast switches to the AK. Might walk into Paul Bandana. He's not gonna overstep the mark though. Look at how safe they're playing. Even in this scenario, even in a 5 versus 2, they're just not giving them anything right now. Just playing it so smartly. So nerdy as well. I mean, in this scenario, you're 13 far up. It's a 5v2. It is nerdy is a word that can be used. But you know what they say, nerdy plays win you games.
Very true. Does infuriate the enemy team as well, which also wins you games.
Oh, those bloody sweats.
Yeah. Why are they trying so hard? Come on, guys. 3 AM Danish, 5-stack vibes. Always never fun. And nothing can really be done about this for Paul Bandana. He's got 10 seconds. He needs to either run and die or stay alive. And he has found 1 kill. Now, if he goes to plant the bomb, he is just dead. He might even go down after time here. Needs to survive just about in the water. And he's going to go down. He's got no money. $450 in the bank coming up. And ICLA, this is a stage where you just keep buying until the game is over. So, Paul Bandana, invest it wisely. P250? Yeah. I was going to say, if he buys a smoke here, that would be very surprising. But, yeah, P250 is all he can afford. And what a response from 9 Pandas, to be honest, after that first map. So many mistakes, so many issues. Now, this is one of the cleanest maps that I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was actually really confused after map number 1, because I do feel like Nan Pandas is a good team. I do feel like they play good CS, but that map number 1 was just not going their way, and it made us feel like ICLA UA just deserved the victory more, because they did. So far though, Overpass has been much better, and he's probably dead here. Oh, okay. Actually went back for more against the scout, but still gets shut down. That was a great follow-up from Sotovsky. Those are the wake-up signs that, you know, are going to keep the mood up. Sotovsky's going to be feeling a lot better after allowing 2 shots like that. I mean, it's still impossible and out of reach to even think about anything because of this one round, but it's something slight to be happy about. And you know what they say, Jack? We have to be able to appreciate the little things in life. The small good things.
It is the little things. Alright. You need to enjoy them while you can. You need to enjoy these 1 rounds because they have been few and far between for an overpass. He's been on fire with the scout, hasn't he? On absolute fire. We're not going to see him on the scout though for this next round, which is quite sad to say, but very capable with a rifle. Kenzior, he just wants to kind of switch up the tempo a little bit, get a little bit more aggressive, go quicker in towards B. Now if he catches the timing, he he might be able to spot the player jump spotting. He's heard the jump spot. I believe Paul Bandana hasn't seen though, so Clax is going to be looking that direction to help out his teammate. Maybe there might be a second one up as well. Doesn't see anything just yet, but so far so good. 9 Pandas now have got a 2-man advantage to play around it. As I say that, one player, Clax, he's been cut down, and Delayed is playing around this smoke barrier. Is going to try and walk on him, and the one way actually goes against him. The B bomb site falls, and 9 Pandas now have a 3v3 retake, which I assume they're going to attempt at least.
Yeah. I mean, Glowin is coming in really late from connector, so Paul Bandana might actually take his attention away. Now he's seen him though, wins the fight. This should be the alarm. This should be the end of the round. If Glowin gets the kill on Paul Bandana, you can send it. It's still going to be a really tough retake, but you can justify it. Now with just the rifle in the AWP left up, you're trying to hold them on, trying to see if you get a kill or two. You can see that they feel unsafe because of the possibility of a player being boosted, but now he spotted them get out of the bomb site, so it should be all good for the 9 Pandas, or the remaining of the 9 Pandas, which is only Idis Balance deceased. They both stay alive. Ikla UA continue chaining up rounds. Now we're in that part of the game where you just get as many rounds as possible to make yourself feel less bad about what's happened here in Overpass. You're just having fun. Don't think about it all that much. You're not going out of the tournament if you lose this map, but you can still try and play a bit to maybe making 9 Pandas feel a bit troubled. Make sure they don't go into the third map thinking that they just had a free overpass. Make them sweat a bit.
They're not going to be, I don't think, worried just yet. As Ikla once again run through them on the B bomb site, but to be expected. Now, Idis Balance, you want to be saving the op here, mate. Bomb still hasn't been collected from T spawn. So, who's going to be the man tasked with the job to go back for that one? A little bit of a race between Fance and Paul Bandana to see who gets there first, and Paul Bandana is going to win it. Idis Balance, in the meantime, has found that kill.
He's not getting out of here alive though, is he?
No, he knows that though as well, because the bomb hasn't been planted like at all until now. And he's either thinking, okay, they're either delaying so somebody can get a little bit closer to me, or they forgot the bomb, but probably so somebody can get closer to me, and that's going to be Saltovsky. And leaving the bomb in spawn does actually work out for Ikla. 9 Pandas have enough to go for the reinvestment again, so there will be a buy back.
What would you say is the chance and percentages of Ikla UA to actually come back into this one on the T side?
Oh, it's probably about 10 or 15.
You know what? 15 is respectable. I'd take 15 if I'm Ikla UA under those circumstances. 15% sounds good.
To win it in regulation, or
just not to lose it.
Oh, just not to lose it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, 10 or 15.
To level things up 14-14.
To win it? A 3.
It depends on how big the tree is. Might be a massive one.
Yeah, it might be a mighty oak.
Yeah, 95% win rate. Oak. Well, the opening kill goes in favor of the CT side this time, and Beer has been tagged down, so finally something going well in the last couple rounds, but Kensisaur has been able to lurk his way closer towards the left side of Headshot. Now they should still be prepared for this. Technically, they haven't had anyone spot towards Banana in the last couple of seconds, and you can see that East is actually thinking about it. He realizes that it is a possibility, and now he's seen the Oper, so that's gonna indicate the presence of another person probably. And he's tried to fall back. Beria might be in for a kill, and you know, showing the AVP towards A actually baits out the latest into the crosshair of Beria, and Seas doesn't realize, but Kenzizor was really close. Still manages to win the fight, but again, they're just baited to go into fights towards the B bomb side, and somehow that was supposed to be an A play. Actually, B has fallen.
Molly in towards CT, it's going to actually be smoked up, but Seas runs right through it. Glowing there gives his position away towards Heaven. Issue is, it will have to take a big risk across with the bomb. Risk taken, they will get it the plant down, and Glowing being silent,
so
repositioning, and yeah, no idea just yet, but the swing is going to be good. Beria wanted to make sure to clear the angle, and it's that duo, of course. They've played together for a very long time back on Esports Cup of the Ebb, then picked up by ICLA, and now on ICLA UA. Saltovsky and Beria, they have 3
That felt
kills
like
between them.
miscommunication, by the way.
Between the CTs or the Ts?
The CTs, I'd say, because they Seas spots the Oper, gets the kill, and they don't hear anything. But still, even after he gets the kill and they confirm that there was nothing else happening towards the A bomb side, CTs continued pushing towards the B bomb side. They continued going for peaks towards short and monster, even after it was totally confirmed that nothing was happening towards A. The long player wasn't seeing anything, he wasn't hearing anything. Seas gets the first kill. There was not even nades being thrown. I mean, there was I think only one set of nades, one Molotov and one smoke, and one player that gets killed and nothing after that. And they were still going for the pushes. So maybe a bit awkward there in the 9 Pandas team speak for a second.
Maybe just a little bit. Not as awkward as it's going to get when ICLA come back, or if they come back. Imagine
Yeah,
how awkward it'll be
I
then.
just heard you say when. I was like, oh, jeez, that's a statement.
Yeah. I was gonna say when, and I was like, yeah, no, if. Let me just say if.
An equal
When-
UA believer.
Yeah,
That's you.
just a little bit. Just a little bit. We know 9 Pandas are prone to mistakes under pressure.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a believer yet, but some of the entries from Kenzizor, Paul Bandana, and Sotovsky in the last couple rounds have made me think about it a bit more. It's just pistols now, so they should be able to get up to 14-9. And if you try to forget about how dominant the lead was from 9 Pandas, 14-9 isn't that terrible of a score. Still on the T side of overpass, it's not great, but it's doable. Especially when you're winning those rounds cleanly as well. And it's just a really good cleanup from Paul Bandana and co. Glowin finally drops one, and I'm not sure how Beer actually felt like that, but acrobatics. That's what he does in his spare time when he's not playing CS. When you're not on the server throwing nades, you're throwing yourself. 14-9, though equal UA, slowly but surely starting to close out the distance. I think now is the time for your mentality to shift in the way of just one step at a time. We got this. I think now you continue just playing without pressure, but you realize you're already in with a chance to potentially make something happen. Especially if you continue picking up buy rounds here. This is going to be the ultimate test. You see C's actually pre-aiming the boost in T-spawn for the Ober. No tower this time around for him to punish. Actually, it's a lot quicker approach towards short, and Kenzizor might be enticed to go for an early peek, but the Molotov will deny for now.
Patience now for ICLA.
They're trying their best to get all the nades and all the attention of the CTs everywhere. They
Yeah.
just want to bait something in. A
They're
person,
baiting out
a
a lot
smoke.
of utility, like.
Yeah.
It's a really nice idea as well, because they're showing presence on both sides of the map.
Pillar flash.
Oh, Barry is up close. He didn't see the second. Clax was hidden behind. Delay this. Now Paul Bandana, he has to go searching for him in towards water. Oh, he took a while to react, but when he did, it was snappy. As he snaps his head back and seized, he's going to be ruined that he missed a few bullets. Because he should have confirmed that kill and maybe found more. I mean, the HP of the other players wasn't fantastic. But now we've got Ikla on 10, and now we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely, we have a game on our hands. That was so well played by the T's as well. They go for the early presence. They wanted to go for the quick peek towards short, but the Molotov denies. And then they realize they can actually bait out a lot of util from the B players. And they had one person, I think it was Kenzizor towards connector, who was actually holding for the push towards A. As soon as he confirms that there's been no aggressive maneuvers being taken towards toilets, towards banana, towards middle, towards long, they know that it's still a default setup on the B bomb site. They fade the smoke. Even before the flash pops up, he goes for the peak. And you can see Delatus, he was just not ready for it. Birya wins that fight. Even though he goes down, that just creates so much more space. And the short player just didn't want to pick prematurely. He wanted to wait for Klax to make contact, but as soon as Klax makes contact, he goes down. The swing from water comes in. Shots don't connect. He goes down as well to the AKF Ball Bandana. It's 10 rounds to the good and another half buy coming up, even though it's a really dangerous one with the existence of DO and the presence of the M4.
Already Kenzior is taking a whole lot of damage through that smoke. A gamble play from 9 Pandas. Everybody's going to be down here towards B. With Eclair going back, this is so clever.
They should have realized it now. They've spotted one pistol towards Monster, and they've seen the M4 get boosted up as well. Maybe they can think that the OP has been left alone towards A, so they probably use a lot of util to clear it up, and we're going to see the run boost as well. You don't want to risk it. Actually, Delatus gets a kill on the boost. It's the other one, but still. And Kenzizor is low on HP. This round's not over. It's still dangerous.
Yeah, you've got Glowing and Delatus rotating up now to man the A bomb site, so Ikla have kind of missed the timing here. And Delatus is going to be trying to be absolutely everywhere, but as you said, you know, I don't think it's going to be a contact in, especially with that smoke down. They should just maybe execute. You've got Saltovsky with a molly that goes towards back truck, at least to clear out the upper. It's probably the most likely angle that it's going to be there. They found it first, but it's delayed. He's doing lots of damage. Needed to kill him before he got the second, but he still might have done enough. 18 seconds, bomb planted. Klax looking to try and find that rifle in the smoke, and he has done so. Big fight coming up here towards connector. Seized, and Saltovsky and Seized wins it. Oh no. Kenzio and Paul Bandana are low. Iklet might have fallen at one of the first hurdles once they reach into double figures.
Yeah, but look at Paul Bandana. He has such a good play in mind. Kenzizor finds the first one. Even with him going down, they think that Paul Bandana is going to be towards long, but he's actually lurking in his way from toilets. They have no kit. If he gets one kill, the round is over, but he doesn't. Klax wins the fight. They've stolen it away. Surely it's going to be really, really close, but 9 Pandas have it in the locker. It's 15-10, and this is how the win streak on the T side for Ikla ends.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely played from the ladies there. Seized wins that fight. It's absolutely incredible that he actually does that. And to be honest, I don't know. That's just unfortunate. Player stands in front of the diffuser. It's always going to be difficult, especially when you're low HP. It's just a really nice call there from 9 Pandas in the retake. But once S4 goes down in that 3v3, you know, they are really, really in trouble. And now they're going to be in more trouble because the comeback might have just been cut short. I disbalance. Finds a kill onto Kenzior as he tries to get a little bit aggressive. His fast player is going to be spotted out. Birya finds him out in the open. Knows the opera is here. Doesn't really want to risk going too far ahead. But that lurk smoke is going to worry Idis Balance completely. Especially because Birya is going to walk right through. And he finds the kill. Idis Balance now wondering where the T is. He's trying to walk his way around. But Idis Balance looking into sight. And Idis Balance hitting shots left, right and centre. Vance falls. A game to forget for him. And a game to forget for Ikla. They started way too slow and they get punished on overpass. Inferno, the decider, needed to split them.
Yeah, needed to split them. Loser will go out of the tournament. Winner will continue fighting for their place in the playoffs. They will move into that 2-2 bracket. But this was essentially what we wanted to see, right? After a 16-11 win for Ikla UA on Mirage, we didn't want to see just a boring 2-0, and we wanted to see Nine Pandas play up to their standards, and hell they did. An 11 for TE side, a really comfortable start on the CT side. Yeah, true, they had some struggles closing it out in the end, and they did need that round with the Pistols to get them up to 15 and maybe be the catalyst of the end, but in the end of the day, they were able to close it out. We're going to an Inferno. Only one of those teams will stay in the tournament after that, but we're going to figure out which one is it going to be after the break.
What they all see. There's something new. Something new.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to get underway with a deciding map in a 1-2 matchup. 9 Pandas taking on ICLA UA, and you know, this map, it's really up in the air for me. Inferno as the decider, you know, it's the classic Ted. We've seen some good from ICLA on Mirage. We've seen some bad from ICLA on Overpass. We've seen some bad for 9 Pandas on Overpass, and we've seen some great from them. Or excuse me, so bad on Mirage and great.
Yeah,
on
that was a
Overpass.
really long sentence that you started. But I was
yeah.
wondering whether you're going to be able to finish it off.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to finish it off without messing up with my.
Yeah. Well, you know what I was trying to say anyway. You know, map 1 and 2 both had their ups and downs for both teams. Now we move over onto an Inferno where it's a little bit more of an even match. And we have been getting like some close and competitive games. To be honest, I think this one is actually going to be maybe our first overtime of the day. I think this one could possibly go all 30 and maybe more to split them, because quite frankly and in all seriousness, none of these teams want to lose. None of these teams want to go home. But sadly, by the end of this map, we will have to decide who we will be sending. Pack.
Yeah, it's been a really close one. I guess I get your point. I feel like you can't really separate them after the first two maps. It was quite similar scores as well when you look at the results, and going into a balanced map, really well balanced map like Inferno, that looks, I'd say, almost equally good for both teams. It's a bit, if you look at the win rate, it's a bit worse for ICLA UA, but recently the results have been really good. Before the start of the Pinnacle Cup 5, actually, they were on a 7-map losing streak on Inferno, but so far they've played 5 Infernos, or 4 Infernos, pardon, in the tournament. They've won 3 of them. They lost it only to Aurora, they beat the Websters, they beat the Los Opacas and Llano. Obviously, that was in the group stage, which was like the play-in for the main Swiss. But the pistol rounds already started, and ICLA UA on the CT side trying to continue building up their legacy as one of the good Inferno teams in the tournament. Dileta says no, and Dileta says no, as he doubles up on Fancy and Paul Bandana. The 2 new boys on the block get dealt with, and the B-bomb side crumbles. Beer is going to be the one and only quick rotation, and oh, Diletas, okay. Slow it down a little bit. This is just the first round of the map, and you've already started making them feel like they've lost it.
They have lost it. Surely there's no way back for the CTs in this pistol. Kenzior is having a peak, but yeah, you don't
have
want to
another
peak
one.
Yeah, the lead is frying, and that is another clean pistol. 9 Pandas pistols have been excellent today. Excellent.
Yeah. They've still won every single one in the series, right?
Yeah, every single one in the series. Bar maybe one, the T-side Mirage one, we can have some complaints about. We can have, we can pick that apart. They still won it, but it was because
the Clax 1 versus 3.
Was it Glowing or Clax?
It was Clax.
Clax, it was Clax.
Yeah. The Clax 1v3 towards the back of default, but they still have won every single pistol round in the series. Which is crazy.
It makes it so difficult as well. Sorry to cut across you, but it makes it so difficult when you're losing pistols in conversions, time and time again, to actually be, waiting for that first gun round. Like, you're pretty much giving away, possibly 5 rounds, maybe even 6 rounds a map just off those pistols alone. They're so important, and ICLA, they've just been outclassed in nearly every single one of them.
Yeah, and it hasn't been the scrappiest game when it comes down to rounds with the Deagles as well. We haven't been on one of those first by roller coasters. I guess that Inferno could be where we start. We never know. But both teams have been really fairly clean. I just thought of a couple rounds, but they've been fairly clean most of the time when they're up against the lower buy. Trying to bait in the pistols, and they will be baited in. The Thieves are waiting for the play. Do they get the kills? It's a 1-for-1 to start it off, and that's actually a 2-for-1. There's so many bodies towards that B-bomb side, but eventually, the latest in Glowin will put an end to their terror, and Kenzizor has been left all alone towards A. He is still towards the pit. He was hoping that they would be able to push the T's back into him, but it doesn't really work out that way. Glowing with another multi-kill, a 2-0, and another successful conversion. Going in favor of the 9 Pandas. Now set up for a 3-0 lead, potentially, on that final map of Inferno. By the way, I know we didn't say that, actually. I'm going to throw you under the bus. Who you got? Who you got on this one? Who's winning it, Jack? Give me your prediction.
Oh... I'm gonna not predict. I'm gonna be boring.
That's no option. That's no option. I require a prediction.
I think both of the teams are gonna have a difficult time getting over the line. To be honest, in this one, I think it will be close. So far, 9 Pandas have started better.
Okay, give me a team.
I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna say, players that it's probably gonna rely on. I think if we're talking about ICLA, I think we need to see a fantastic performance from Birya.
Okay.
I think Birya needs to be
a
heavy hitter. And then we need to see S4 hitting some insane shots. And I think 9 Pandas, it doesn't rely on, you know, like a certain player, because there is a lot of them that can perform, you know. So I'm gonna lean a little bit more towards Nine Pandas than I am gonna be Ikla, because I just think they do rely a little bit too heavily on Birya and Saltovsky to get the job done. Well, in my opinion, I think that's what it's gonna come down to.
I could see how you would try and finesse me there with the answer. That's why I was pushing so much to hear a name. But now you've given me a name, I'm content with it.
You happy? You happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay. I'd go for 9 Pandas as well, by the way. I was kind of hoping that you would go Ikla UA, but let's see. Maybe both of us are wrong. Flash in. There is a second one actually. Sotovsky still waiting. Oh, the flash is actually on the other side of the map, but Sotovsky's ego is quite dangerous, and Glowing might be going down as well. Somehow the Pistols have made it really scrappy towards the bomb side. And look at the angle. Kenzizor executes the first one on the Deke, and now he can just jiggle around. Deletis in a 1 versus 2 clutch. He's still holding. Decided to give it away. Bomb plant guaranteed at least, but he'll need to clutch it up in the 1 versus 2. Doesn't know where the second player is coming from though. First one is low on HP. He's gonna challenge. They're gonna line up for him, and Deletis has clutched it up once again. No armor makes it so easy for him to finish off both kills. Ikla UA make it expensive. They make the 9 Pandas bleed, but when a panda bleeds, it just gets more infuriated than beforehand, and Deletis shows them what an infuriated panda looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Kenzior had armor, but the issue was that he was 22 HP, I think, going into that fight.
Yeah, he was 1 bullet away from that, pretty much.
It didn't matter. Didn't matter at all. S4, nice to eagle shot, but nothing to write home about in terms of the round. Unfortunately, you do make it slightly expensive for the T side, but it's not really going to matter all that much. Slow banana take maybe happening here from the T's. Ikla just exchanging a little bit of utility. A nice HE on top of C's now, as 9 Pandas will begin to gain control, and they will take all of banana. And a defensive smoke put up early from Ikla, and because it's pretty early on and they haven't won a round just yet, util is going to be pretty limited. No mollies really left. There's only 1 smoke that has been now dropped on B, so if they want to get another player over there, they're going to have to rotate them. But both the smokes are situated directly on the A side. One's in graveyard and one is on the balcony. That's the setup they're running. A nice bit of aggression taken here from Birya. He's pushed all the way through to top banana. He's seen it's clear. The smokes are going to go down. The battle's going to come in, and S4 takes a huge risk trying to push past that smoke, but Cease is there ready and waiting. Now it is down to the 2 A-side players, Kenzior and Paul Bandana. They're going to have to band together to try and get this one. The lane is now on the entry, finds yet another kill. Kenzior underneath the balcony, and he's going to be found out as well. Bomb will be planted, and Ikla will be saving its 9 Pandas 4-0.
What a flash that was from Clugs, by the way, to set up his teammates to get the kill onto the side player. He was fully blinded. He couldn't see anything. That was really well executed by the 9 Pandas. You can just see how methodical it is, the way that they go for those plays, right? They just deploy the smokes. It's completely obvious what the idea is. Then they kill Sotovsky. They realize this is a rotation player, so they should have 2A, 2B, right? And then you can slow it down a little bit. No need to rush and go through the smoke. They chill for a bit. They know the B players won't go and make a move prematurely, because you could still be trying technically to go for a B split unless they've pushed towards bottom banana, which wasn't the case in that scenario. And then as soon as the smoke fades, they just go for the flash. Paul Bandana was completely dead. Even if the under balcony player does something, it's not going to be more than 1 or 2 kills. And Kenzizor actually did find 1, but as we stated already, that was just completely not enough. 4-0. A technical timeout. We hope that everything is going to be alright, but so far the player performance and the team performance from 9 Pandas on this map has been immaculate. It's been great. And that's without ID's balance or Clax marking a kill yet, by the way. It's just Deletis glowing and seized. And it's looked so good. I mean, yeah, the previous round wasn't as prolific against the Pistols, but this buy round was great. Really well executed.
Tech ball is coming in. And the Pandas are dangerous right now, which is kind of surprising, because you do kind of get I don't know about you, but I get that image in my head of. Do you ever see like the videos of the baby pandas in the zoo and like they just keep falling over all the time?
Yeah, yeah, they are
Oh,
an interesting
it's so wholesome.
species.
It's
they,
so
they
wholesome.
they are a wholesome species. Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out how they've survived for so many years.
I think they're actually like in trouble. I hope.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think,
they are. But
I
that's
think
not
I-
a topic that I wanted to go down.
Yeah. I think. I think the reason is ridiculous as well. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to double check, but like, apparently they're just like too lazy to breed. So
Okay, so we just got a
That's a good
confirmation. That's one of the most interesting tech pauses I've ever experienced, by the way. So apparently, in about 30 minutes to an hour, or an hour and something, hour and so, Nine Pandas are actually going to be playing against Entropic in a CCT tournament. It's the CCT East European Series 1. And we are in a technical timeout because they have to do the veto for that game. So we're gonna wait for a couple of minutes. Gonna be interesting. They have a fully packed schedule of games today. We know how online CS works. And by the way, I did want to bring it out because they've been playing a lot of games recently. They've played 94 maps across the last 3 months, which is quite sick when you think about it. It's quite a lot.
It's a few maps.
Yeah, it is a few maps. I mean, they are the third team in the world with the most maps played in the last 3 months. You want to guess who the two
I knew this
over
was
them
coming.
are?
I
Yeah.
knew this was coming.
You know, I actually didn't have that as a set question I wanted to ask you. I just thought about it now.
Yeah, well, we've got a bit
Okay,
of time.
they played 96 maps now with the first and the second map of this series.
Can you
But
give me the
there's
number?
I'm gonna
maps?
give you a hint actually. I'm gonna give you a hint.
Hints are good because I don't think I'll be able to get it.
No. I don't think you. It's really tough when someone asks you something like that. Okay, one of the teams is playing in this tournament and is still in the tournament. So it's in this stage. It hasn't progressed into the playoffs. It hasn't been eliminated. One of the teams,
Yeah,
and
I
the
see-
other team is the Balkan team. Those are the hints I'm gonna give you.
I'm gonna say Sampi as one of them.
Yeah, Sampi is the team with the most maps. They've played 108 maps in the past 3 months. And
Okay.
then there's the other one, which is a Balkan mix. That's the hint I'm giving you.
A Balkan mix.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one.
I can just give it away. I don't think you're going to guess it.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
Okay.
Let me come back to it.
I'm giving you one more round of time.
Yeah. Let me
I'm
think
gonna
about
I'm
it.
gonna get back to it in a minute.
We'll get back into the action. Nine Pandas want to gain control here at top banana. There's only 2 rifles in the mix here for the CTs. And Beria is ready and waiting to line up a flash to get one of the rifles in on the action. That's going to be Fance. Molly, the control taken. Flash should be coming in anytime soon. Bob is waiting to help out his teammate. Sees it, even finds one completely blind, and that play has been shut down.
He was running forward as he was shooting as well.
They know that there's probably one more person here, and that's going to be Beria. He actually blocks the smoke. He's done more than enough here. Doesn't need to give away his life. He can just play around it and leave maybe Saltovsky to find a deagle through the gap, but it doesn't matter. They've lost the sight. And unless they're able to recover, which is going to be difficult to do without Kenzie, or it should be still a perfect start for Nine Pandas.
Yeah, that was a really straightforward round. I mean, yeah, I guess you can make a point about C's being fortunate that he gets the first kill, but it's just good crosshair placement and being calm in that scenario, knowing your timing, just having a good game sense, and yeah, being a bit lucky. And then Glowing just goes for the swing, executes the second player. Good effort from Beria there with the blocking of the smoke and getting the first kill, but essentially there was nothing that he could have done bar just swing through the smoke and hope for the best in order to stop them from making their way onto the bomb side. It's a 5-0 lead for Nine Pandas on the T side. Equal UA yet to make their presence known on this map number 3. And have you had your time to think about the team? That's the amount of time I'm giving you.
That's the... I'm trying to think about like Balkan teams, like Balkan mixes.
It's not 500. It's not a...
No, I know.
Yeah.
It's not a team, is it? It's...
No, it is a team, but it's a mix of Balkan players. It is an organization, yeah. And
Okay,
it's not
right.
500. They're not. I said Balkan mix because I wanted to give you a hint that it's Balkan players, but they're not from the same country.
It's no, I don't get it.
It's zero tenacity.
Oh, I wouldn't have got that.
Yeah.
I got Sampi, which is good.
Yeah,
You know,
that's fair enough.
I'm happy I got Sampi.
That's good. Number 4 is Anonymous. Number 5 is Academy, actually. They've been on the
Well.
grind.
Well, this be number 6 for 9 Pandas, and it's not looking likely. They've found themselves on the back foot. As far as the Plaques lost the initial gunfights. 9 Pandas still want to try and attack this round. Still want to try and at
That's the
least do
difference.
some damage. Satovsky, yeah, that's
He
it.
didn't need that.
It's an awkward fight, and he walked into the angle. He didn't see him at all. Delaydays could see a shoulder, could see a leg.
Yeah, now that's odd, because he didn't really need that peek, right? They knew that there was no one cross towards Library's side. The A players knew that they had nothing to be worried about. He could have just held the line, but he's given them a peek. He's given them a venue back into the round. And if Delaydays wins the fight against Beria towards CT spawn, this becomes really troublesome, and now he's lost Fancy. Now this is a problem. There's only one player, and Beria needs to stop both players. If he goes down 1-for-1, this is not going to be good enough. He needs to find something. He's been spotted. He's getting tagged down. He's not getting out of here alive. They've cleared up the B-bomb side. The bomb's going to get planted. Somehow they've gotten this down to a 2 versus 2.
Still low though, and I mean the HP advantage could be absolutely massive. They can smoke off CT here, but that would just kind of give it away. Delaydays does have a flash, so actually Siege doesn't really need to take point here if the smoke does go down. But Siege goes down first. Now smoke off Delaydays. What does he want to do here? He's already been perfect in the clutch. He's already had a 1 versus 2. The flash is going to go high. It's going to blind anyone. They turn from it, and Paul Bandana, he's just going to be ready. Gets on the defuse, has a kit, so it's absolutely no problem. It's going to be the first round that we see go in favour of ICLA U8. And 9 Pandas nearly took a round right out of ICLA's playbook. I mean, a 3v5 that they recovered into a 3v2, but they're just not on ICLA's level right now in terms of that. Because if it was ICLA, you'd probably back them to convert it. Sadly, 9 Pandas do fall short.
Yeah, still took much
Good
more from the
damage.
round than what they should have.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Great damage. I mean, look at the money from ICLA. It's not ideal.
And they
There
got
is-
a bomb plant for themselves.
There is a little bit of reset potential. You can see Seized wants to get aggressive because he's purchased a Mac 10. And, I mean, Kenzior's completely alone here. If they go now and they go fast, oh, Kenzior is in so much trouble.
Yeah, and that confirms it. Now they know the opus towards Library. They should know that Kenzior is all alone. They heard an ace towards B early on, but there's a gap in the smoke. And S4 is going to drop another one. The Orb reigning supreme. The Orb just doesn't miss. That's 3, looking for a number 4. Not presented to him just yet. And finally, Beria and Kenzior will join in the party. A really good reaction. Good work from Kenzior to stay alive for such a long time, but it all comes down to S4 just dropping so many players there. That had the potential to be such a devastating round for ICLA UA. They decided to start with 4 towards the B-bomb side, and if 9 Pandas actually went for the split towards A or the wrap towards A with the smokes towards Library and Archway, S4 can't do anything to support Kenzior. That would have been the best call in the world for 9 Pandas, but unfortunately they don't know what we know.
Oh, it's unfortunate when you suicide in your own molly, and we get a very sad corpse on Banana, which is glowing. Unfortunate way to lose an opening, but some great utility, counter utility put in there from the CT's. Clax heard the flash in towards middle, tried to go for the peak to try and trade one back. Oh, Kenzior nearly caught him on the cross. And actually, Clax didn't take too much damage there. I thought he would have taken a little bit more.
Yeah, he didn't
but
take anything.
anything at all. I mean,
Yeah.
69 is nothing really to be overly concerned about.
The mental resistance, by the way, I have not to say anything. I hope you're proud.
You're growing up, Ted. I'm happy.
Maybe has to do something with the fact that it's a broadcast, but hey, back to the action. And they've actually rotated the third player. They have the bracket set up. This is great. Ob's gonna be posted on the angle. They still have Beery towards Ruins and Fancy towards the back. Second, Oranges. Flashes. Can't blind them. Finally they do. Klax gets one refrag, but they need a whole lot more. Ob's actually missed. This is completely doable for Klax. He's got a 1 versus 2 on his hands, but I'm not sure if he's gonna be ready for Kenzizor to be that quick a banana.
Nah, he won't even get off the site either. The smoke wasn't up for too long. A little bit awkward on the fade. He had 2 players on his screen at once, and Ikla, all of a sudden now, they're back in business. Slow start. We did see it on Overpass that they had a slow start, and then they didn't really get into the game at all in the first half. But this feels a little bit different. Just that small bit different. And they're putting up the defenses, they're putting up the wall so far. Let's see if the wall will hold strong against the Tech 9s and the Hero Rifle on Klax.
Oh, I love that from Kenzizor. He's one aggressive. There's the flash. He's gonna execute him. It's multi-kill galore. Kenzizor finds the triple, runs out of ammo, but Paul Bandana's in a good position to support. Oblivion. That's all that 9 Pandas see right now. C is down to 7 HP in a 1 versus 4. They weren't even given the chance to go for the set piece play. This is something that I love so much when we see it from CT side teams, by the way, on Inferno. The fact that you just don't want to let the T's do whatever on a half buy. You know, all those teams have those really cool set pieces with the smokes, the flashes, the A splits, the ace war spit, all of those cool things that you can go for. You just don't let them even think about it. And they had executed or invested actually in the nades and the pistols for it. They just didn't get the chance to do anything. Great round for Ikla UA. Around that gives you a lot of confidence as well. Oh, they go for it again? No way.
Yeah, might not be expecting the rush down middle. Kenzizor only finds a single kill, doubles up this time around. There's nobody towards Banana, and a second spot towards second middle. 9 Pandas, they just haven't been able to play their own game here. Haven't been able to play the game plan true in the last 2 rounds, and quick ones in there from Ikla. All of a sudden, they're back on level terms. That perfect start from 9 Pandas, it's over. Completely over. We've got a level game. 9 Pandas need to come up with something decent in this one. It might be another little set piece. I wonder, is this time going to be the time that we see them going for it? You can see the odds for the map just changing ever so slightly. Ikla still the underdogs, but that might change, especially if they keep clocking up a few more rounds.
Yeah, they've been playing with so much confidence right now on the CT side, just constantly going for fights. Doesn't matter what type of a buy there is on the other side, just shutting them down. Look at Fancy. He's already pushed down Banana. He's thinking about a knife. Nope, it's just a jump scare. He's just executed him, and now he's gonna go for more. Glowin, what can you do about it? You're just not ready for Fancy to continue pushing like that. And again, by the way, Glowin is just not ready for a play like this. Maybe he anticipated Fancy to go pushing towards Mexi, but he is already towards the top of middle. A triple kill for him. Klax, again, trying his best to stay alive, trying his best to do some more damage, but for the second time in a row, Ikla UA or 9 Pandas are just not being given a chance to play out their set piece. Okay.
Klax in the clutch.
Actually, Sotovsky is low on HP as well. And he might catch a good timing onto Paul Bandana.
No. There was a chance, a small chance. But that does not happen. Great shot to start proceedings. Again, you're dead right. I mean, just the confidence you can see is oozing out of Ikla UA right now. And you should be confident against pistols.
I mean, it feels like the entire energy of the server and the game has just shifted in the matter of 4 rounds, which is really, really difficult when you're in the server and you're in the position of 9 Pandas. So Sotovsky is just going for that peak. You know how aggressive that peak is and how risky it is, right? I mean, even if you double zoom, and he's speaking it on a single scope as well, by the way. If a person drops down Mexi and just white peaks, he's dead. He's still going for it. Look at him go. They're just not giving them anything. They're just getting completely run over right now. Nine Panthers are just falling down, and there's no one to catch them. 1 kill in the round. It was the full investment. IKLA UA are just another team. They're a new team. They've been revived, rejuvenated. I have no idea what's happened.
It's absolutely night and day, mate. It's night and day between the two teams right now, or rather the team that we saw for the first 5 rounds to the IKLA that we're seeing right now. Let's not forget, this was a 5-0 start. That's 7 CT rounds in a row for IKLA UA. And S4 is just having a field day. Kenzior's coming in with a few big rounds as well. You know, it's not as if it's just one person performing, which, you know, was what I was kind of thinking with my initial prediction when you asked me earlier on the map. But everybody is, you know, doing what they need, doing their job, and doing it correctly as well.
Yeah.
Confident in what they're doing, confident in the game plan, finding the kills, but it just makes it a whole lot easier when you've got your Opper just absolutely slaying. Like, he is just peaking with no fear. He's not really being challenged. I mean, his opposite number, Idis Balance, he's 1 in 9. I know we can bring that in, that he hasn't had the op to work with all that much. But still, nobody has been able to deal with S4 in these last few rounds since he's had the big green out. And now it's Tech9's once again. Will 9 Pandas get a chance to play it out? And look at the aggressive positions here from the CTs. They want to get in the faces.
This is the first round in 4 in which IKLA UA haven't had the opening in the up until minute 35.
Yeah, in like the first 10 seconds.
Triple nade pit. That could work out. Kenzior is still there. They could be setting up for it. Delayed is glowing, and Klags being the one with the explosives. Well, the main explosive is actually in the hands of Delayed is, but the play comes in any moment. There's the smoke. They actually fall back to see if something's happening towards Banana. They slow it down even further. Seeing the aggression from the CTs in the last couple rounds has made them a little bit paranoid, and you can't really fault them about it. They just feel like as soon as they show some presence, there's going to be CTs pushing towards them, but it's a really good shift in pace for IKLA UA, a really good shift in approach, rather. And actually, they've decided against the stack of nades towards Spit. Bomb's been dropped towards middle, and this one starts looking like a B play, and it will be a B play with only 25 seconds on the clock.
Not a lot of time, though. Actually, the bomb is going to just fake it a little bit. Pulls the rotation. Oh, Birius walked through. He's gone down, but it gives that early information to fans. Now, if he's able to deny the cross, that could be all the difference, but it's not going to happen. Bomb goes down. And the chances of the round might go down with it for IKLA.
Wow.
Yeah, oh, through the smoke, yeah. And now you can probably see why it was a good idea for IKLA to get in the faces and not let 9 Pandas go for the set plays, because on Tech9's, they don't lose a single one when they get the chance to play it out.
Yeah, that was really well smart played. I mean, it was such a good round by design. They realized that the CTs had no further presence towards Banana, nothing towards middle. They've just left the entire map, so you don't really lose anything if you send one player with an HE towards Spit and you set him up to make it look like it's going to be an A play. And again, as soon as he gets the first kill, then you see how the rotations are starting to come in. The IKLA player that was left all alone towards B decides to push on the other side of the smoke. He gets his to headshot it. It's just everyone was getting outclassed by Tech9 in this previous round. Gave them too much space, maybe. So back to aggression now. Don't want to let them have this control over towards Banana. It's been a massive recovery from IKLA so far on that CT side. You'd at least hope to close it out on 8 rounds and confirm the victory, even if 9 Pandas are to get up to 7. Just make sure you're up ahead a little bit, especially considering the fact that you've lost every single pistol round so far in the series. Makes it even more impressive that we're on the 3rd map and IKLA UA once again are in the lead, with the immense bonuses that 9 Pandas have had at the start of every single half so far. great pickup. Barra goes down. Deletus opens things up towards the A-bomb side, but it's another fake. Once again, the main play, the main play is headed towards the B-bomb side, and Slotowski's read it. He's here with the op.
Are they going back?
Oh, yeah? 25 seconds. It's a fake.
They're going back.
Double fake.
I think Paul Bandana has been heard rotating. And you're in so much trouble. You find one, but yeah, the bomb site's over. Come with tease. Everybody's going to be in there. They get good post plant positions. Not a single piece of utility on the side of the CTs, so going to be very difficult to get into the site. And you've lost Paul Bandana. That's it. Sealed. You've been faked out once again. 9 Pandas with 2 spectacular calls in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, the fakes are just really good.
Yeah, ICLA have no idea what's going on, and just playing off the sound information, playing off the sound cues, and I think it was just due to the fact that Paul Bandana just made steps running away and Clax heard it. So, good information gathered, and good play call. All in all, I told you this one was going to be a close one. I told you it was going to be a scrappy game, and we're seeing it come into fruition as we level it with 1 round to go in this first half.
Everything's leveled up 7-7 as we approach the last and final round of this first half on map 3. There's the replay as well. Another opening being found by S4, but again, it's just not enough. He's been excellent so far on the CT side of things with the AVP. Not enough for a bigger lead, and back to the mid-aggression they go, seeing that giving presence doesn't really pay off. Now they've decided to take space away once again. Mira with a good opening kill. Sees nice kill from him. Manages to hold on. Deletus will shut down Fancy as well. It's 3v4, but reactions are on point in this round for either side. A quick 2 for 2. Deletus tagged down low, but they found the gap. Kenzizor is alone towards B, but they need to be really quick with this one. He's not going to be alone for much longer.
The XU will ran over, but they're not going to commit off this. Again, 9 Pandas are just going to try and fake them out. But the step has been heard. Nothing's coming into the site. That's the information that's being relayed over to Paul Bandana. But 9 Pandas, once again, in this man disadvantaged situation, they've managed to isolate only one player, but they don't know where Paul Bandana is. They faked out ICLA, but Paul Bandana was enough to stop it. And it will be ICLA with a slender advantage heading over onto the T side of Inferno for our second half here.
What a shot.
Yeah, that's crazy. As for Slotowski, whatever you want to call him, he is fantastic when he has an AWP in his hands.
Yeah, some of those shots have been actually crazy from S4. The accuracy, really great. But that was the CT side. He has to do it on the T side as well. Himself and Kenzis are leading the charge in terms of kills, combining for 26 on the T side. On the CT side, Deletus is on 15 and 8. Still a bit tough of a map for this balance, but maybe he's going to get more chances to wake up here on the CT side, and his team will need him for sure. Not a single pistol round so far has went in favor of ICLA UA. That would be a perfect moment for them to pick up their first. Open up a distance, a better lead, and take control of the driver's seat permanently for the next couple rounds. Seized has spotted 1 or 2 players, and Deletus hasn't seen anything towards middle, so they should be aware of the possibility of a B play any moment now.
This is the round you want to take your first pistol of the series, but Seized and Idis Balance, they're going to try and stop it. They've got Glow in there if they need them as well. Idis Balance in a great position, tapping with those Julies, and well, mowed down. Slotowski, he's great with the op. He might be decent with a P250, but you are gonna need something heroic to turn the tide completely with 40 seconds, and 9 Pandas, they're not going to give you a single thing. They are just going to hide, play for tiny bits of information, jiggle peaks, so difficult to hit the shots. Actually, now Clax wants to fight. But the time is taking lower and lower, so he knows the chances of Saltowski clutching this one up are very slim. And especially because he's gone down. It's been perfect on the pistols, Ted.
Yeah, he was turning around for 30 seconds there. Almost got dizzy, but yeah, pistol rounds have been insane for 9 Pandas.
Turn the 9 upside down and turn it into 6p, just 6 pistols.
Nice.
Not bad. Not my best. Not my best, not my worst.
Creativity. That's what I'm gonna say. It wasn't too bad. I liked it. Well, one of the best pistol round teams in the tournament, to be fair. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue building up on that momentum. Actually, taking a look at pistol round win percentage, out of the teams that have played, obviously in this stage, I think the Prodigies got eliminated in the group stage, right? So, yeah, they don't really count. But out of all the teams in the group stage, in the main Swiss, Spirit is the only team that has a better win percentage when it comes down to pistol rounds. And they've played only one series, only 3 maps. So out of everyone that's still in the competition, 9 Pandas is actually the best pistol round team. They've won 72.2% of their pistol rounds. And now that percentage is going to go even higher after this map.
Conversion round looks like it's not going to be a problem at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a clean one. 9 rounds on the board. Kensizor left alone. And it's Clax's fun to shut him down. A double for him, double for the latest, 1 for Seized, 9-8 in favor of the Pandas. But the first buy round coming up. They still hold on to 3 of the MP9s. So taking a look at this, you have a couple options that you can, you can use those MP9s in a more aggressive way. You can send them down banana, you can send them down middle if you want. I guess the down middle one is too big of a risk when it's a first buy round as well, and you know the teams might be anticipating something like that, so they go for the first option of banana. Gonna try and contest. The T's though don't look that interested in actually fighting for that portion of the map, which is diligent enough from them. They realize that there is a lot of lesser weaponry left still in the camp of the CTs, so they're gonna just retake it later on with a flash for fancy. He's found one. Doesn't realize there's a player right behind him, so he should be dead on the timer. Question here is, does the latest want to confirm that first kill and just get the AK? Or he wants to play the trigger discipline for more than one? Well, it's option 1, but he's lost the teammate over towards the apartments in the meantime.
Sees Shirley panicking a little bit here, screaming for the rotations of his teammates to get on over, get here as quick as you can, because I think they're going to be hitting my bomb site very soon. I'm hearing the steps, and I'm going to be seeing them very shortly. Seized. Will he go cleared here? Oh, nearly squanders a chance to find the kill. Might want to try and get his hands on that AK, and he does so. Still safely tucked away into the site, but not for long. He's going to be dropped and taken down, and I disbalance on 12 HP in a 1 versus 2. Yeah, calls it a day. He has had such a quiet Inferno so far, but I really want to wait and see what he has to bring when he has enough money for an AWP, and that's going to be in this next round. So
yeah, I think both of us just expect to see a little bit more from him.
Oh, I don't think he will have enough. I think it's 1900.
No, he doesn't have enough for an open.
No, he doesn't have enough.
Deletus has enough. Oh no, not Deletus, but Clax has enough to drop over 1.
We might see it from him.
Yeah, I think we will. I think we will. Balance will have enough money to drop over the AK and another M4, so they can go for a buy round here. And he's gonna have an AVP courtesy of Clax. Good effort from C's, but going back to what you were saying about Balance, I feel like we'd expect a little bit more. We know that he's not the star oper, right? He's not the guy to expect 30 kills from. Not that type of an oper. He's a lot more supportive. He's a lot more stationary, as his style is not the most dynamic out there. But on Mirage, he was struggling as well. He was on 14 and 18 on Mirage. Overpass was a little bit better, but again, a 16-10, which is overall solid, but he didn't really have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, I guess, because the entire team was just playing really well. Now it's the time for him to step it up. His team needs him on that CT side, or they could be out of the tournament. Time for him to really disbalance a couple players in the server. Nice nade. Doesn't do too much damage, but it's good enough. Two of the players now, one M4 headshot away from going down. Even with that though, they still have the AKs, or one of the AKs, towards the B-bomb side, baiting out some U2, retake nades as well. And that's actually going to bait out the rotation of C's, but Equal UA are still intending to go for the play towards B. Or are they? Maybe not. This is risky though. You're walking into the jaws of the AWP. Yeah, they've changed their mind. It's going to be an A play, and there is less CTs towards that part of the map, but the AVP is posted on the angle.
This balance gets off the mark early with the big green, but he needs a little bit more. Good molly actually to delay them. That just forced it back. Fance is actually going to burn a whole lot. I'm surprised that he didn't take a little bit more damage, but he's forced back right into Clax, who is boosted up. Saltovsky tries to be clever and walk through the smoke, but in the end he ends up looking silly. Clax does fall eventually, but Seas is here and everybody's going to be here now. Paul Bandana still looking for the op on the site, but there's just no time. Even if he does find the kill, he won't find the round, and Titus Balance just trying to stay alive, but he'll do one better. He'll take the life away of Paul Bandana. At least he goes down before the time ran too thin. Ran out. But this is 9 Pandas now pulling themselves into the lead. That's a 10-9 scoreline, and no money in the pockets of Iclet. They'll have to save for a rainy day, which hopefully will come sooner rather than later for them, because if it comes too late, game could be over, and their tournament with it.
Yeah, there's the beat tour, second middle. Taking a page off of the strat book of Eagle UA on how to play CT side. Obviously, this is something quite normal that a lot of teams do on anti-ecos. They just go for that second middle peak when they feel like it. Flash in, sets up C's for a really good double kill. And the CTs move forward. Should be up 11-9 now, which is quite nice to see from them. Usually, especially on Mirage, they would just get an early lead and then drop the ball off later on. They've been really good at the start of each half so far of the series, when you think about it, actually. Recoveries, though, from Eagle UA, we've seen plenty of those. They'd be hoping for this to be the case once again. Going back to the previous round, by the way, I wanted to just say, you know, those are the rounds in which iDisbalance finds the impact. You didn't really need him to go crazy. The 2 kills that he found and the fact that he was able to stay alive for such a long time towards the back of the bomb side was more than enough. And the Molotov was a massive game changer. It was just really well communicated. Anti-Eco kept clean, well communicated buy round that they win. It's a really good start on the defensive side of things. A lot of things to be happy about.
Hate to cut across you, Dad, but
yep.
Some breaking news, and it's a sad day in Counter-Strike. Flusha has decided to retire from competitive Counter-Strike. So, one of the best to ever do it.
One of the greatest.
In my personal opinion, an incredible player, has decided to hang up the mouse and keyboard. We've seen eyeballers
play with Heap.
Play with Heap already, but you know, we've seen them in this tournament. Still going in this tournament, already qualified for playoffs. Yeah. But yeah, that was news that I wasn't expecting to see today. Very, very sad, but
that means that Flusha's last official game was played on the 6th of August against Nexus. It was a 2-0 victory.
He went out with a win, went out with a bang. Sad to see him go, but
massive respect for Flusha.
Yeah, great memories.
One of the greatest, for sure.
Back to the
Well,
game.
Yeah.
Sadly,
back to
we
it.
have to go back to it. I say that. It is beginning to heat up. Not sadly at all. But Ikla, they need to come up with a result here. It's a 4v4 and there's only 2 players here on the B-bomb side. Idis Balin, so that's a great shot on defense, but now he's lost a teammate. Oh, and he has to reload. Satovsky's going to get a whole lot closer and the reload cost him. He was out of bullets. Old up, he would have been happy as Larry sat in towards Dark. But now, 9 Pandas, more so seized, has to plan an escape route. Going to be difficult to do with Saltovsky boosted up over triple.
I think Siege just holds, by the way, here. He's going to try and play for exits, yeah. They know that the T's are low on money. The CTs have enough money to reinvest once again. Even if they think that they know Siege is towards the left-hand side, they either hard clear him or he gets a kill. And he's going to call Slacks for help. This is really good. Klax has gotten the first kill. Now he can just run away. Siege surely gets at least one more. This is great damage from the CT side. Oh!
He lagged out.
He lagged out. I mean, Kenzizor is still dead, but... That's unfortunate.
I think he lagged out. I'm not sure. Like, that was so strange. He
must have.
stopped. He stopped mid-fight. Either that or his mouse died. We'll see it again here. Yeah, look, just stopped shooting. He just stood still. Tech pause, maybe? Okay, no, he didn't lag out.
Maybe he thought he killed him.
Nah, no way, man. He stopped too suddenly. He stopped too suddenly.
What happened. Yeah.
Mouse glitch or something. I think that would be
Something like that.
That would be my best guess.
Probably.
Because if it was a lag spike, they probably would have paused.
Well, whatever it was, it's gone now because we're going. The D side favoring the A-bomb side this time around. But they'll have to get through seized once again. Towards Long just holding the off angle. He spotted the smoke. Needs to be careful. This might as well be a split towards B as far as he knows. So trying to open up the distance. And Idis Balance needs another multi-kill with the open. He's delivered. It's two for Idis Balance. Turning around for a third. There's one more to go. But he's done more than enough. So Tovsky left in a whole world of trouble against 4 CTs. And another phenomenal round from Idis Balance. And this is how you redeem yourself for a really slow map so far. You go onto the CT side, you get the ult the first time, you deliver a double kill, you play it perfectly. Second buy round, you just annihilate them towards A with another triple. That's a great recovery from Idis Balance here.
I mean, I said it, didn't I? I said once he gets the op in his hands on the CT side, we might see a different player. And we have. I mean, he was 1-9 at one stage. And now he's 11-11. So absolutely fragging out of his mind. And, you know, you were talking about the style of opping that he goes for. It's not usually, you know, flashy going for those aggressive peaks. It's more of a kind of standard play that he goes for. That was probably as flashy as it comes in terms of Idis Balance. Beautiful from him. 3 kills and just makes 9 Pandas' job a whole lot easier now. That's exactly what you want from your opera. Just hit the shots as they appear on your screen. 3 kills. Some might say, you know, they were easy, but you have to hit them. You have to be in the position to hit them. And he is, time and time again. Saltovsky saves the op. That's the height of it, though. That is the peak. The pinnacle, excuse the pun.
Well, I'm not gonna excuse it because first you said the peak and then the pinnacle, so you did that intentionally. At least it makes me feel like it. But it was a good one. No need to excuse something that was fine.
Well, let's see how fine this round is going to be for Ikla, if it's going to be fine at all. Because it's a fine line right now between your life in the tournament and your untimely demise. The finest. You need to walk the line, walk the tightrope, be careful that you don't fall. Because it could cost you.
I mean, as of now, there is a jump spotting glowing towards B and just jiggling. If Sotovsky's AVP drops him, the B-bomb side is clear. And I feel like glowing's realized the risk of it. And now they've cleared out middle. Surely he deploys the smoke as soon as he spots someone and they rotate a person back. It's just not worth the risk against the low buy to run a 4-man setup towards A. And I think they've realized that Deletis is headed back. A really good moment to do so. There's the deployment of the smoke from the B player. C should have this one. And he decides actually not to challenge. Paul Bandana is going to try and create some type of a diversion. And Sotovsky's just set up with an entry flash and with his best wishes for his teammates and their pistols.
They can't go back. There isn't enough time. They have to go forward. The bomb's already been dropped and they need to clear out the rifles on the sides. Glowing going to be offering support to his teammates. Sotovsky doesn't do anything with that AWP, and it is too little too late for anything to be done in the round. Just good counter utility there from 9 Pandas, keeping them off the bomb site for as long as possible. Exactly what you need to do. Just drop your intel when it gets late in the round. If they want to go through, they'll have to take a risk, and even if they do come through when they only have pistols, it should be comfortable enough for you.
Yeah.
Ikla, the odds have changed and shifted massively for them. They're still the underdogs, but now more heavily so. My Pandas look so comfortable, well on their way in Idis balance with an aggressive peak to start things off.
Oh.
A great entry.
Yeah, a bit tight on the way back there. Pushed himself next to the wall, but still able to get out of there. And that's a monster HE onto Kenzizor and Sotovsky. This Fango is nasty from delay. There's surely more than one. There's the first, there's the second. No one actually wants to challenge as the third is just Paul Bandana, but he's not taking his eyes off of short. Not up until now. Didn't see the op, I don't think so. If he goes for another jiggle towards long, he should be going down. And Fancy's been dropped over towards the B-bomb side. It's complete annihilation, leaving hell for Ikla UA right now on Inferno. And that's why the map's called like that. They're just burning. They're being burned alive. A great sequence from Deletis. Idis Balance with a massive opening kill. This is when you know that Idis Balance is feeling really good. When he's going for a peak like that, that means that he is the happiest man alive in the server. He feels like he can get with anything. I know this is the most standard peak to go for, but he is that type of a stationary oper. If you see him go for something like that, it's crazy. By the way, Paul Bandana's actually caught a godlike timing. He doesn't realize it. He's heard the player drop down. Now he's clocked. Now it's clocked, for sure. Oh, he's not thinking about the plant. He's going to go for the kill.
No,
yeah, now he's realized it.
Nah, look, Idis Balance.
Yeah, he's just one step ahead. He's just one step ahead.
Paul Dana's playing checkers and Idis Balance is playing chess. Checkmate, maybe, for 9 Pandas after that one.
It should be. This should be the end of it all. It was another buy round. There's the replay. Great opening kill from Idis Balance. Deletis is just so comfortable. And Deletis' recovery, by the way, because we've been talking about Idis Balance's recovery throughout Inferno, Deletis so far in this game has been able to be the star that we expect him to be. And his recovery as well has been great. From map 1 on Mirage, he was on 14 and 22. It was really bothersome for him. He's recovered massively, and Idis Balance has just gotten another opening kill. We were putting that into massive questioning at the end of the first half. So Sotovsky was 16 and 8 switching onto the T side. He's 16 and 14 now. He hasn't gotten a single kill on the offense.
Oh, Bear,
wait a minute.
Stop that.
No.
Oh, you back him to get this one as well, but no, glowing.
Wow. Oh my god. That one went a little bit too sweaty for a second. Their glowing is still alive, but they smell blood. And he is low. That's the key part of it. They're gonna jump through the smoke. Glowing with a massive triple spray down. All headshots as well. Doesn't need to see them to kill them. 15-10, 9 Pandas with 5 consecutive map and match points and 5 consecutive elimination points for Ikla UA.
Ah, 2 great headshots with the Deagle. He gets fortunate, like, let's be real, he gets fortunate to kill the player behind coming through the smoke, but you have to control your spray to get the last, and we're not going to take that away from you, Glowing. Well played. Very, very well played indeed. He goes down. That round is completely different. There's so many rifles on the ground that Ikla can use, and maybe they're back into it. But now, you have a map and series point. All you need to do is win 1 more in the next 5. And Ikla will be sent packing from the Pinnacle Cup 5. But 9 Pandas, we'll see if they're going to be able to close it out swiftly and cleanly, although we haven't had much to write home about for this side of Ikla. That all changes when it gets down round away.
Oh my. Everything's just
Entry.
going their way. Seas finds the opening through a smoke. They've already lost Kenzizor, and he's been one of their sharpest players.
Oh, and he's got the info. He's seen the long player.
Flash. No flash.
Now flash, and you'll see it's clear. Sotovsky's going to head back as well. Oh, this is a lovely setup right now. But Franz is going to clear it out. The latest is low, though. He was playing anti-flash eventually. Just turns around. Now he's just going to tuck right behind. There's no volley to clear him out. They're going to have to do it the manual way, the hard way. And, oh, it is difficult. Paul Bandana gets stinked up for his struggles. But they do get a plant. Idas balances a little bit of util, the same with Clax, a molly and a smoke. The issue is they are on a timer from behind, whether they realise it or not. Sotovsky with the lurk, with the flank, could really do it all. He is going to make sound now, but nobody's going to turn. The opper is going to be out. And now, turning back, you need to find this kill. If you're Clax and you don't do it, it's just seized. He does have a kit, but he's got no health points left. He's been taken down. Ikla UA survive for at least one more.
That was great execution. And by the way, that was good communication from 9 Pandas. I'm not sure who called that. I think it was Seas because he spotted that they were not aggressing towards City or Ruins. And I think he realized that there might have been a flank. Idas Balance actually turned around, but I think he missed the shot or just wasn't ready for Sotovsky to be that close. But he turned around to look for him. So there was that moment of realization there for a split second. It's good communication flow for the 9 Pandas. Still not enough to close it out though. First one saved for Ikla UA. They need to do that 4 more times. Glowen. Great counter Yuto from the T's. He couldn't really go for the white peak, and now he's trapped towards sandbags.
Glowen peeks out, and now he's going to strike. He finds 2, but a battle back, a rally back maybe from Ikla UA, who are not going to go down without a fight. They still have a few more punches to throw, but will they land flush? Will they land clean? They land into the B bomb site, and Seas can do nothing about it. He deploys a smoke. The spam does chip away at a little bit of health. And now 9 Pandas, they have the rotations in on over. Idas Balance with a full utility belt here as well. This could be perfect. Molly needs to go in the perfect spot. Clax finds 1 kill, but he is going to be taken out. Now Idas Balance surely tries to get this Molotov down, but he does want to peek right into the opper. Could be completely detrimental. Birya peeks into the line of fire once again. Idas Balance, he's not running out of flashes anytime soon. Molly in. Now S4 goes for the peek. Needed to hit it. And gets the better of him. A 1v1 off duel. And S4 Saltovsky comes out on top. Needed to. Ikla are alive. Just about.
Wakes to the most important round as well. A massive triple kill from Saltovsky. Finished the first half on 16 and 8. He was on 16 kills still up until 2 rounds ago, but he's been able to get 5 in the last 2 to keep them alive. And you gotta feel like there's just such an accurate alignment between the performance of Saltovsky and the rounds that Ikla UA are winning or losing. Idas Balance though going for another opening, and he's gonna go deep enough for it. There's no op on the other side to challenge, by the way. Saltovsky's just playing the deep angle and he's holding up towards top mid. So Idas Balance didn't realize it, but he could actually afford going for something like that, and he makes it work perfectly. An early opening kill once again, and now they have to work their way out of a 4 versus 5. They did that once a couple rounds ago, but need to do it again in order to stay alive in the tournament, and they're completely split for now. But every single peak, every single part of the map that you go for and try and retake is going to come in with a certain risk. Just walking out, they've heard the op towards B, so they know they can try and contact their way out A, but Clax is just staying anti and waiting to call, or Glowen actually, waiting to call for a flash from a teammate.
Flash comes in, but nobody peeks. It's a split towards B. Oh, this is horrible for Idas Balance right now. He's got his back turned, needs to get onto the site, drops the smoke over to delay days, and does get away safely. Now they realise surely the rap's coming through. They've heard another smoke. Mollies are coming in, but the B bomb site, it's been completely cleared. That's done. Ikla have 13. All I'm going to say is, Ted, the overtime that I said in the pre-game wasn't a bad shout.
Might come to it. I mean, now you're looking at the money of the 9 Pandas is drained. Next round's probably just going to be a half buy around those 2 M4s, or 3 M4s actually. They do have 1 HE and a kit saved up as well. Something to work with. Equally UA showing some signs of life here. They still have a lot more to do though. Still 2 rounds, and you know, 2 doesn't really sound like a lot, but considering that in the first one there's going to be 2 pistols and 3 M4s, and the next one's going to be a proper full buy, it's still not a done deal. But they've been able to do a really good job at converting those man disadvantage rounds. The same thing that was happening so many times on Mirage as well. It's happening here on Inferno. Map 3 odds still favoring 9 Pandas in a massive way. Even though Equally UA are that close. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those, make sure you click the banner below the stream. You gotta be of 18 years of age at least. Make sure you bet responsibly when you do. When the fun stops, you stop as well.
The fun is definitely stopping 9 Pandas here. They won't be enjoying this,
wow.
especially with Clax getting his bell rung like that. Now, the sound of an execute in towards B is terrifying. Especially with the flashes coming through as Equally UA just continue to pick up kills. And they're just going to send fans in here to see if he can get any info. How many more players are here? Where are they? And he gets that perfectly. Stays alive as well. Bomb's going to be planted. And it's another round. We go the distance on Inferno. And I think we're going to need more, Ted. I think we're going to need more to separate them.
Pressure starting
just
to sink in now.
Yeah, you can see it. Like, the opening fights aren't going the way of 9 Pandas anymore. Even if they are, you know, the mid-rounding from Ikla is just so good to try and get it back, to try and get the refrags, the executes, the entries in towards B have been perfect. And you can see Ikla UA, they're just playing with such confidence right now. They haven't had anything to lose. They played like it. But now they have it all to lose. They've gotten so close, within touching distance, of maybe staying alive here in this event. But a slip up here, and it's done.
And just it. 4 rounds in a row for the T side of Equally UA has all led up to this. One final round to force an overtime and save your lives in the tournament. Final chance for the 9 Pandas. Override this balance and force for everyone. Full nades on everybody in this final buy round of the first 30 on Inferno. Might be the last 30 as well, might not be. It all depends. It's all up to Equally UA. Early presence towards Banana. Great utility damage onto Fancy. He's already down to 11 HP. That's a good way to start the round. But as we said, the early stages have been most of the time going in favor of 9 Pandas. Where Equally UA have been able to break through the mode has been towards the middle portion of the round and towards the latter stages. And it's going to be another B execute. It's going to be a much quicker one as well compared to the previous ones. Paul Bandana left all alone towards second mid. Everyone else just holding to their positions on B. Kenzie's are on the boost, hoping to catch someone off guard, but at this point, Glowing and Delighted just don't want to give anything away. They're just playing it as safe as possible, and Equally UA are now starting to gather up for the play, but they might have to run through the smoke.
Yeah, they might have to.
Oh, Cease is rotating it away. He's got a nade flash in the smoke. This could be massive. They've made a perfect call.
Midas Balance is here. He's ready. 9 Pandas, they have the stack on the site, but they need to find the kills. They need to stop them on the entry. The flashes come in. Damage done. First kill falls the way of Ikla. As now, the Ladies needs to strike. Can he just back down and let his teammate survive? But it's not going to happen. His teammate falls and the bomb will be planted. There's no saving now, as the A players have to rotate in and hope they can save the day here. Lots of utility, no smoke, which could be an issue, but a perfectly placed HE could drop Fance. But it goes on to Saltovsky as well, softens him up just a little bit. Let's see how the flashes fare. A 1 and 2. Do they manage to dodge them? They spot out the player. Saltovsky gets only 1. He's been cleared out. The Oppen fans needs to be perfect. He sees the gun barrel but waits for the body. Shoots him in the back. The ladies is low. He lands the dink. Both players extremely low on health, but it's not going to matter because Birya holds on. Wall bangs him through the coffin. And it is OT to decide it on Inferno.
And it had to be one of the veterans. It had to be one of the original members of EC Kiev, of IKLA, and now of IKLA UA. It had to be Birya with a massive triple kill in this round. And it felt like they had the perfect idea. They rotate back the Opera Vitus balance. He goes through the smoke, had enough time, missed the shot, got punished. The player from the back of the side was able to get only 1 kill. And the story was the same for Delaytis. He did his job, got the kill, couldn't get a second because his teammate fell down. Delaytis is on 25 and 16, but it hasn't been enough to close it out. 5 map and match points missed for the 9 Pandas, and now this one's gotta hurt. IKLA UA were down. They were out of the tournament. They could see how they were getting eliminated, but somehow they're still in here. And now suddenly they have something to fight for. They have everything to lose. Yep. But at this point, if you're the 9 Pandas, you're feeling the pressure.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Not only that, I mean,
you're frustrated.
You're frustrated if you end up losing this and get eliminated. You've got another elimination game coming up against Entropic in the CCT East Europe. It says it's going to take place in 20 minutes. We all know that's a lie because this game won't be done in 20 minutes.
Well,
it might be done.
It's a running schedule. What you mean is that they're going to get 10 to 15 minutes after the end of this game before the start of the other. So you don't get a lot of time to mentally refresh.
They'll have no break and they'll be just forced directly into another game. So, yeah, that's tough. That is very, very tough. See some replays, some highlights of what we've seen so far. What is to come, though? That is the question. And it was just crazy. 9 Pandas were 5-0 up at one stage, and then IKLA rallied back to get an 8-7 lead. They led in the first half. All of a sudden, it looked like 9 Pandas were going to be able to do it. They had the advantage. They had 5 map and series points, but they couldn't get it done. IKLA once again just streaking their way back into a game, into an overtime, and from a time where, like, I mean, after this round from Glowing, it's absolutely huge. Idis Balance wasn't missing. He was hitting insane shots. In the last 5 rounds, Idis Balance only got 2 kills.
I mean, I guess you could say that, but he was still getting opening kills. I feel like in that scenario it's really easy to, because of the high standard that he put up for himself in the last couple rounds, to go, okay, he's went silent. He actually got them 2 opening kills in 2 gun rounds. But it was up to the team to close them out, right? The B-bomb side has fallen so many times. And I'd arguably say that in the only round that he could have done more and he didn't was actually the final round of the game, where he just missed the shot going through the smoke. But I think that was the only moment for him when he actually could have gotten involved into the action and missed the chance to do something. Outside of that, he was just being isolated or outmaneuvered or whatever. But it's been, again, a good recovery from Saltovsky, as you pointed out. He was in a hole for sure. The entire IKLA UA lineup was in a massive hole, but now they're out. And the 9 Pandas trying to switch things up by force. We'll go for an aggressive setup down middle. Seized. Doesn't get a flash. He's going to go for the kill. Probably gets the first one. Question is, does he get away with more than that? And the answer is no.
It's worrisome right now for both teams. You don't want to be the one to make the mistake now in this 4v4. This is still all to play for, especially with the low HP on Birya and the low HP on Delaytis. They won't really be able to play with too much freedom. But look at this timing that Kenzior's found. He's past the molly. He's past the smoke. He's going to absolutely rip them apart on A here. That's if he wants to. If he wraps around. They're not expecting this. He's so quick up long.
But the bomb's going B. That's a big risk.
Doesn't matter.
If they swing and drop the bomb, the round is over.
They won't though. He's in the back. He's found 2. Call your teammates back. Here comes the swing from Banana. They need to win the fights and they've dropped the bomb. It's getting hairy. And Birya's low. Flash is high. Glowing is alone though. Completely alone. He gets the molly down. And Kenzior, he's done all the damage so far. Has to come all the way from A. Back down towards middle to help out his teammate. And he might just do it. Kenzior, stand up. What a round from the young man.
I'm not even sure what happened there, by the way. He somehow he just got a magical timing. There was a player watching from short, and he was able to sneak out of middle before the short player went for a deep enough peek. And somehow there was even some Mewtwo. They just didn't realize. Diop thought he had middle under a locking key.
So what happened was there was a smoke down, and the molly went behind it, but Kenzio was already past the Molotov, and he didn't tick in it. So he literally just walked past the molly, walked through the smoke, and nobody realized that that long would have been open.
Crazy scenes in overtime. Eagle UA continue winning rounds. It's 6 in a row. And at this point, you gotta feel like they can do whatever they want. Fancy gets slightly tagged down. This balance could be an opening kill. Oh, that's a great reaction. He didn't realize Kenzizor was already out of middle. It was a good flick. Another opening going in favor of the Oper of the 9 Pandas. But it's been in those scenarios where they've crumbled so far. They get into the 5v4, but they just can't convert. Still though, Idis Balance is going to get the chance to get another one probably posted on the short angle with Diop. They're just waiting to see if Fancy's going to be able to do something towards B. They don't realize it, but they actually have everything where they want it. They have all the right pieces where they want them. There's 3 CTs towards the B bomb site. They have a 4v2 if Fancy falls back, that is, of course, towards the A bomb site. But the AVP might be the ace up the sleeve of the 9 Pandas. Idis Balance needs a massive round here.
25 seconds. Once again, clock is running thin. And Idis Balance, he hits the first shot. And they spill into A. But Clax is now going to strike from underneath the balcony. And Paul Bandana can't get rid of him. Idis Balance again on that A site. Comes away with a triple kill. And that's enough. Saltovsky is dead. 9 Pandas finally stopped the streak. It was so long without a round. That was 6 in a row for Ikla. Now 9 Pandas get back, and it's Idis Balance waking up, doing what we all know he can do once again. And it's just a great hold. Even with 2 people, they just make it look so easy. Once you stop that first player, when you've got your Opper on the site, the T's realise that is a massive danger. Such a massive danger, and they don't know how to instantly trade him back. They need to instantly refrag him, or else trouble. And we've seen it once again. Big trouble. Look at Fans. Oh, he's so low. He is so low towards top banana right now.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, and they don't even go further, so he couldn't really afford to... Well, he did afford to take that damage, but he couldn't really find anything in exchange for that. Kenzizor does find something on the other side of the map, but once again, he's going to get refragged quickly by the Yope. Fancy still thinking about going for something, and this could be a lot quicker if they decide to contact their way up. Retake nades though will make them reconsider, and Fancy is a lucky man to still be alive after the amount of nades that have tagged him down so far. It was a good moment for 9 Pandas to deploy those. They did feel like the A-bomb side was a bit more weakened up from the T's perspective, so maybe realizing a B play could be in store. They slow it down. Glowing is going to get comfortable towards the top of first oranges, and they still have Delaydays with the Molotov and the flash towards Coffins, who's just standing on the pixel peak. This should work out really nicely. Delaydays sees someone, mollies off, deploys the left-right click flash, and then they can just swing and go for the fight.
Glowing, ready and waiting. Will he be shining through this round for his team when they really need it? The molly down, the flash is high, Delaydays now is going to be helping him out. Glowing has to drop down. They've seen him, surely they've heard him, but they can't clear him out. He's just too strong, and Fance is so low, peeking into him. The op can do nothing. Glowing with a hat-trick to give 9 Pandas that small advantage, but that could make all the difference. Remember how good 9 Pandas started on the T side of Inferno. It was 5-0, remember.
Yeah, but those are no buy rounds. That's something to have in consideration as well, right? It's just one buy round in those 5. And now, it's only buy rounds. So when you think about it, when it comes down to the buy rounds, Equal UA have actually been the better team so far, with a pretty thin margin. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep it up on the T side, though. That would be a phenomenal comeback, or, well, rather on the CT side, if they're going to be able to keep it up.
Can 9 Pandas strike first in the second half of OT? Double HE. Doesn't hit anyone. Wastes a little bit utility on the CT side. As the nade juggling begins from spawn. Fans happy enough to be left there alone for the moment, but Beer is back now. And he brings gifts.
It's so slow and methodical. No one wants to be the first one to fall down in such a round. They just want to make sure that they don't overcomplicate it. They want to make sure they keep it simple. They're as diligent as possible in clearing out every single angle. And you can't really fault them in a round like that. I mean, in those latter stages of the game, especially when it's for elimination, it's really hard to go for something aggressive. But C's manages to get the opening kill. Yes, they take a big nade in exchange for that, but I think they're going to be happy with this trade-off.
Yeah, they'll put Glowing onto the AWP as well, so Idis Balance is just going to go forward with a rifle. And Ikla UA, they're down to 2. It's an aggressive setup towards short here. Molly isn't going to do much. It's not going to force anyone out of position, but it is going to pull a rotate away, and they're going back B here. Bomb is heading over, and the A players with 20 seconds, they see nothing. Birya has to go. They need to catch the lurk. They have done so. Saltovsky, let's see what you're made of. And the flick, first of all, is spectacular. Gets away to safety now. The flash is above the site to try and help him out. 7 seconds. He just needs to stay alive. The bomb swings through the smoke. Round's over.
Round over. That's it. Glowing just went through the smoke. He didn't realize he had the bomb. He just went for the kill.
He didn't have enough time anyway. Regardless, he didn't have enough time. There was 7 seconds, and there was still an opera on the side.
You can still try to jump on the side and stick it. I mean, in this scenario, you gotta try to get the bomb plant, and you gotta bet on the fact that your teammates are gonna be able to protect you. You're not gonna get all kills.
6 seconds, and he went that way.
Yeah, he has to go and stick the plant in the smoke for sure. There was the smoke first oranges. He has to go for the plant.
No, I agree with you. I'm not saying they're wrong, but I just don't think he had. I just don't think he had enough time even to get onto the plant. Just the way he was pathing there. Yeah, it's a misplay for sure. Don't get me wrong, I'm agreeing with you there. It's a misplay for sure.
Leveled up again, 17-17. Fancy wants to get tagged down low by nades, and that's been his fate. On the T side as well, on the CT side every single time. He's just eating nades left, right, and center. He's an HE magnet. He's gonna try and throw one in exchange. Doesn't do that much. Oh, doesn't actually do anything almost. There's going to be another late retake of Banana for the T's, as they crawl their way closer. A lot of util has been spent already by the CT side, by the way. This is
it's great smoke.
Another smoke, but they can just get ahead of it. I don't think they'll respect it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Just slows them down a little bit, and again 30 seconds. Double up site here or pit. Oh, Graveyard is a great position to be in here. I really like this from Paul Bandana. They've got mollies, but is somebody going to molly him out, or are they just going to molly towards pit? And Idis Balance is setting up the flashes. Molly goes towards pit, but Paul Bandana only comes away with one. One player on the site is going to be hiding, but Clax clears him out from the balcony. Elevated position. Just too much to deal with for Kenzior. The bomb goes down. And 9 Pandas are comfortable. They're setting up camp here. Can this Ikla take storm through and rip that tent to shreds? Fans is going to be trying to do his best. No, 1 for 1. No, and now the Graveyard player peeks up. Saltovsky strikes. He's got a 1v2, but the angles are just too dangerous. And he peeks in. The bait of the shot. The refrag from Clax. And the round for 9 Pandas. And maybe the game. They'll call attack. They still have 2 remaining. They want to take their time. They want to slow it down. This game could have been over.
It could have been. But now they can close it out once again. They get another map and match point. They had 5 of those in regulation. And now they've been able to push it up to 18. You want to make sure you close it out here. You've just gotten so many chances. And you know what they say. This is the rules of the jungle at this point. Kill or get killed. Kill or be eaten. And this is another chance for them to finish it off. If you don't finish it off here, from that point on, you're just going to feel like you've missed your chances. If it goes to another overtime, mentally, that becomes a really draining game for a team that's, well, just about to play another elimination game straight after this one's over.
Against a tough team as well in Entropic.
Aggression towards middle. He's seen both of them. That's so much info. He hasn't lost anything. And you can see the reaction for Ecla UK. They didn't expect him to be that brave towards middle. It's an early exchange, but now things calm down. He's able to get out of this one and escape. And look at the instant rotation from the CTs towards the B-bomb side. They know 3 of them have been spotted towards middle, so they're just going to re-aggress and go over towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to take it as well. C's had a chance there. If he had just kept spraying, I know there's a chance he goes down as well, but they lined up for him. He could have found 2 kills. I mean, 2 kills to the good. Oh, S4, wayward with a shot. Actually landed it on Deledes, but it's only a leg. Maybe even through the wall. I'm not so sure, but it definitely didn't kill him. I can tell you that much. And now they've rotated everybody away here, Iclet. They're going to re-aggress here towards brackets. They have to.
It's still a round of just chaotic rotations from the CT side. They went back, they took banana, now they're back and they're going to try and fight middle.
They won't be caught out though. Oh, fans, where are you going to play?
Oh, the bomb's going Tiaps. That's a fake. And they're going to get faked out. Probably they will. Cease is going to get a free kill. They didn't see the bomb though. They have no idea. They just spotted Cease towards the apartments. But that just makes it so much more awkward. You're not going to be anticipating 3 CTs towards middle. And they have no idea that the bomb is still behind them. They've dropped the Oper. But the bomb is going to make its way onto the bomb site. This is pure chaos.
Absolute madness. And Saltovsky now realizing what's going on. The cat's out of the bag. You've got 2 players over towards B that are about to get in a scrap and 6 on A. And well, the 1v1 on B goes in favour of 9 Pandas. Glowin has won it. Double pit setup and Clax sitting on the site to try and close out this game. Deledes spots out 1 towards long and he's perfect through the smoke. He finds the headshot, but 2 in retaliation. They double back, they line up and seized. It had to be him to close it out. 9 Pandas. They are gonna survive. They knock Icla UA out. And finally, after missing on map and series point 5 times in regulation, they only need 1 to get it done.
What a lineup from Seized as well, and that was one of the most chaotic ways that this could have ended. It all started with an aggressive play from Ecla down mid. They get spotted, they decide to fall back. They're afraid because too many of them were seen towards middle, so they instantly rotate back B. They get control, then they instantly rotate back towards A, but in the meantime they lose banana, so they have to go for the fights. They don't realize there was people crawling their way up apartments. That was just the perfect round for 9 Pandas almost. They just got away with so many things, and Ecla felt like they were always calling the right thing and doing the right play, but it just didn't work out. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for them in the tournament. They started it from the play-in stage, started it from the group stage, were able to get the wins there, made it in here, but in the end of the day, if you're not able to capitalize on the chances that you get, you're going to get eliminated. They showed some incredible resilience in regulation, to be fair. I thought the game was over at 10-15. They were able to push it into overtime, but some stories are just not meant to be. And in this scenario, that wasn't the happy story of Ecla UA. It was just the redemption arc of the 9 Pandas after missing out on 4 or not even 4 or 5 actually map and match points. They were finally able to close it out in OT, and fortunately enough for them, they stay alive in 1 tournament. They have an elimination game starting in another tournament in around 15 minutes, and they will be playing another deciding matchup here in the main Swiss of the Pinnacle Cup to see if they're going to be able to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, man, I mean, that game really did have it all. It heated up towards the end. An OT, to be honest, I think was a fair way. I'm sad to see Ikla go. I thought they played well. But yeah, Nine Pandas, great job, really, from them just to advance through. We'll have a quick look at the schedule, Ted, because that is not the only best of 3 that we do have today.
It was just
coming
the appetizer.
Up, that's just the starter. We've got the main course and then Sampi QM for dessert. Beautiful. But that main course, that main course, yeah, it's been a long time talking.
Yeah.
Eternal Fire versus Orcs, the meat and potatoes of today. We'll be getting stuck into that one at 5 CEST. I believe it's going to be Overseered and Nexus taking over from myself and yourself, Ted, for the remaining 2 games. So we've enjoyed the time that we spent with you guys. We hope you enjoyed that matchup as well. The stream will be back live at around, I believe, 5 to 5 CEST, so 4:55 that is. Make sure you join us for the rest of today's matchup. You definitely don't want to miss them.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.